Check, check, check 1, 2, check 1, 2. Mayor, we have a quorum. You're free to call the meeting to order.
Ladies and gentlemen, can I please have your attention? We're about to begin the meeting, so please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Mr. Clerk, we have a quorum and call this meeting to order at 8:09 p.m. Please call the roll.
Councilman Schwartz. Here. Councilwoman Belcher.
Here.
Councilwoman Goldberg.
Here.
Councilwoman Organ. Deputy Mayor Katz. Deputy Mayor G.
Here.
Mayor Pagan.
Here.
Adequate notice of this meeting has been provided by resolution number 299-2023, sending a copy to the newspapers officially designated for 2024 by way of resolution number 2-2024, filing a copy in the township clerk's office and posting it on the municipal building bulletin board. And the mayor hereby directs this statement be included in the minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Good evening and welcome everyone to tonight's council meeting. Township administration present at tonight's meeting are Dean Kaczynski, our township manager, Doug Roussillon, our township clerk, Scott Salmon, our township attorney, Kristen DeNorcha, our deputy township clerk, and Ron Goodman, our volunteer cablecaster. For the public's information, we're currently holding a hybrid format meeting. We have people in person and on Zoom. If our Wi-Fi at the municipal building has an issue where the Zoom meeting drops, we will aim to retrieve the connection and restart the meeting. The next televised council meeting is on July 16th, and it begins at 6:30 p.m. with the public portion of the meeting starting at 8 p.m. We have a Juneteenth flag raising tomorrow at noon at Votee Park, and we hope to see you all there. Also, if you'd like to march in the upcoming July 4th parade, please contact our clerk at clerk@tnecnj.gov if you want to sign your organization up for the march. Council met in closed session to discuss the following earlier this evening: the township manager position, our cell tower, a Queen Anne Road vacant lot, the Sagamore Park diversion, our library renovation, a stormwater ordinance, a potential sale of township property, a New Jersey Department of Transportation public hearing, personnel matters, vacant and abandoned properties, legal issues and opinions regarding items on the open session agenda, litigation updates, and Oprah. Our next order of business is presentations, and Mr. Manager, I think we have an update about our library renovation. Is that correct, sir?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. We have Shanae on here from the library, and just to let everybody know, again, we're going to proceed with the renovations. I believe they'll take place. Come on up, Shanae, don't be shy. Sometime in September. But it's very important. I wanted the public to know what the plan is for the library. There was a little change as to where we're going to go during the period of renovation, so I felt it was important for Sinead to come here today to explain a little bit about the project and where the resources are going to go. Sinead?
So during the renovation, which is planned to start early September, if everything goes planned, there are 2 bidding has to go out. Which will probably get approved by the council, one in July, and construction in August. If everything goes through as we planned, it will be starting early September. Library will shut down, and the library will be operating from the New Milford Public Library. Buckles will be informed about our relocation during the renovation, and all the TNEC related materials will be redirected to the New Milford Library. Patrons will have a convenience of selecting a preferred pickup location when reserving items, and they can return borrowed materials to any Buckles libraries. They don't have to come to New Milford Library. They can go to any libraries wherever they want to. Having one designated temporary location is essential to streamline Buckles operation. So we can notify them, they know where we are, and then they can have proper delivery and communication with us. The hours of operation will probably mirror most of the New Milford libraries, but they agreed to extend their service hours. So currently, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, they open 10 to 7. They will open with our staff 10 to 8. Thursdays, the hours will be 10 to 6. Fridays will be 12 to 6. Saturdays will be 10 to 2. Sunday, they're currently closed but they're gonna be open 1 to 5 for our patrons. Staff allocation will be mostly at the Newman Ford Library. Our 2 full-time staff members in the circulation department and 2 children's librarians will be working there with other part-time staff members in the patron services department. All other staff members will be assigned to other neighboring libraries, which includes Richfield Park, Little Ferry, Gloucester, Bergenfield, Englewood, and Ridgewood. The lower level conference room will be used by our back office staff members for taking care of the bills, doing scheduling, other stuff, and then the director and the administrative assistant will be operating from the 2nd floor of the township building. 1 part-time custodian will be working at the township building to help the cleaning, and that person will be also working on Sunday at the Newman Ford Library. We are trying to continue our core services. Most of our children's programs will be continued at the Newman Ford Library. They agreed to open registration of children's programs over at the Newman Ford Library for both communities. So it will be offered for New Milford and TNEC patrons. Adult programs will be offered 2 times. 2 Friday programs will be offered in the council chamber twice a month. Other programs will be virtual. Also, the team programs will be also virtual. We are currently working with the New Milford Library to agree on the hold harmless agreement, which the New Milford Library Board asked us to do it.
Thank you, Shanae. Does anyone on council have any questions for, yes, Ms. Goldberg?
All right, are we gonna be able to get any, I don't know if Friends of the Library can do this, but, kind of, delivery kind of things for our seniors that might not be able to drive or anything like that?
So we reached out to age-friendly TNEC about the ride services, and Bergen County offers the Ride Connect program, which is for patrons age 60 and over, and they can request this service from one location to another location in Bergen County.
Ms. Organ?
So Shanae has been working really, really hard on this project. She has chosen the finishes for the library. She's got a great eye and a great sense of style, and everybody will be very happy when they see the final product. It will be inconvenient for a few months, but it will be well worth it. And I know that Shanae has been working really, really hard to make sure that the inconvenience to the residents of town will be minimal. But there will still be people who will pull up to the library in September when we start construction and not know about it. So please tell your neighbors that the library will be closing, and anybody in TNEC with a library card can go to any library in Bergen County that's part of the Buckles system.
Thank you, Ms. Organ. Anyone else on council? Ms. Pilcher?
Yeah, I just want to say thank you for your efforts and putting together, I know construction is never easy, but I'm sure that, our residents will understand. And another nice thing is that New Milford is, its libraries, everything's like on one level,
Yeah.
which I think is very easy to maneuver. So thank you for all your efforts.
Thank you, Ms. Pilcher. Anyone else on council?
Yeah.
Deputy Mayor Katz?
No, I also want to thank you in advance for your hard work. I'll tell you that Councilmember Organ's been giving me some therapy because I'm very nervous about the transition. I know that the end product is going to be fantastic. I'm just trying to make sure that the middle portion during the construction, it's like we had construction in my house and my wife yelled at me every day, but now she got a beautiful kitchen. So she's happy. She forgot that part. I just want to make sure that, during that construction portion, we could try to come up with as many convenient opportunities or options for the residents. In addition to the New Milford, maybe there's some type of local drop-off for books or something where we can bring it to New Milford. If someone wanted to return it. I don't know. I leave it in your hand, but I thank you very much for all your hard work.
Thank you, Mr. Katz. Anybody else? Deputy Mayor G?
Want to echo the sentiments of my colleagues. We are so grateful for all of your hard work and getting us to this point. My only recommendation is that maybe we over communicate this to residents. I know some folks thought that we were going to be going to Leonia. I know we're now going to New Milford, and so to the extent that we can send out several updates, liaise with key leaders, the schools, the Board of Ed, et cetera, just make sure that residents are aware of this change.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor G. Anyone else on council? No? Shanae, thank you so very much to you and your
One
team.
more
Of
thing.
course, please. feel free.
We are hosting an information session for the public this Sunday at 2 p.m. at the library, which will be live streamed. We are planning to have a page on the library website about the updates on the construction.
Thank you so much, Shanae. We appreciate you.
Thank you.
And let's see, next up, we have some exciting news, Mr. Clerk, and it concerns our new township manager, Jacqueline Hashmat, who we would like to introduce you to. Jacqueline, can you please come up? Jacqueline, we're very excited to have you. If you can, just please tell us a little bit about yourself and anything else that you might want to say.
Okay, I did write a little something. First and foremost, I would like to thank Mayor and Council for this opportunity and for the Township Manager, Dean Kaczynski, for all of his guidance. And also to welcome the TNEC community here and also our County Executive, Jim Tedesco. I want to extend my heartfelt appreciation for my upcoming role here as Township Manager. This is a huge opportunity for me, and I think I'm going to bring some great things to the community here. I also would like to mention that this moment is bittersweet because an exceptional manager, Dean Kaczynski, is going to be leaving us after 4 decades. In my opinion, he is a class act. He's somebody with the ability to lead with integrity, wisdom, and compassion. His 4 decades of dedicated service have set a high standard of commitment to excellence and something that I deeply admire. I know that these are footsteps that are going to be very difficult to follow, but I'm going to do my best to bring my skill set, my professionalism, and my genuine hard work to this role. I am also going to build upon the strong foundation that he has laid here in TNEC. I look forward to working with all of you, and I thank you for the opportunity. I will always miss Hackensack, but I'm ready for my new role here in the Township of TNEC, and I thank you all again for welcoming me so nicely. I actually wanted to say when I came in, everyone was really, really welcoming, so that was really nice. So thank you all again, and most of all, happy retirement to Dean. I wish you health and happiness for your future. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Ms. Hashmat. Anyone on council have anything they want to say before we move on to the next order of business? Sorgan?
Of course. Welcome. It is bittersweet for us, of course, but we are very excited to be working with you, and we look forward to the town residents getting to know you like we do. And what is your favorite sugar-free candy flavor? Oh, okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sorgan. Anybody else? Ms. Belcher?
Yeah, I just want to say, welcome, Jackie. We look forward to working with you and just experiencing late nights so like we have been in many of our council meetings, but just know that we're here for you and any way we can help in terms of transitioning. We're certainly here for you.
Ms. G?
Also, just want to say thank you for that thoughtful message. That was so sweet. What a great way to introduce yourself to the town. We're so excited to be working with you. I think you're going to do great things here. So thank you and welcome.
Anybody else? Mr. Katz?
Yeah, I don't know if you're going to be getting sworn in a couple of weeks. I don't want to steal my own speech, but I do want to welcome you, congratulate you. You come with an exceptional reputation, what you do in Hackensack. We have an unbelievable town here just over the water. And I think that you're never going to be able to fill Dean's shoes, as you and I spoke about. You have the captain of Dean's fan club sitting in the front row over there. She actually's outside with a table with T-shirts and buttons about Dean. But I do believe that you're going to bring your own style and your own personal touch that's going to benefit all the residents and the employees of this town. So we're looking forward to your success.
Thank you, Mr. Katz. Anyone else? Ms. Goldberg?
Yeah, I just wanted to say welcome and I'm very excited, and as all my colleagues have said, and the whole town welcomes you, and I'm very excited. Thank you.
Mr. Short?
I mean, my only hope is that you're still smiling by the second day. So it's
Jacqueline, welcome to our TNEC family. We're very excited to have you, and we'll help you any way we can. So thank you so much. Our next order of business is work session items, and first up is miscellaneous. Does anyone on council have anything under miscellaneous? I'm sorry, you're going to say something, Mr. Court?
I do have something miscellaneous for council and the public. I alerted council, we are at the liquor license renewal time, and we were waiting on one license holder to get their paperwork in for this evening, and I'm just hoping I could get a first and a second to walk that resolution onto the agenda. I have the language in front of me. Let me read it before we get a first. It will be resolution number 215-2024 for Wine and More Liquor License Renewal 2024-2025. Be it resolved by the Township Council, Township of Teaneck, that the following culinary retail distribution license be renewed for 2024-2025 at $2,500 on the usual terms and conditions. Receipt of all administrative paperwork. License number 0260-44-010-010.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you.
Comments?
All in favor? No
Yeah,
comments?
just one comment. I just wanted to thank the clerk. I've gotten phone calls from merchants that you went, when the extra distance is an understatement, to make sure they get them in, because if they don't get them in time, they're shut down. And, you know, it's unnecessary, but I appreciate it. They appreciate it. So I wanted to relay that. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shorts, and thank you, Mr. Clerk. Anyone else have anything under miscellaneous? No? Doug, do we have to vote or? All right, thank you, sir. Does anyone have anything under old business? Moving right along, does anyone have anything under new business? Does anyone have anything under communications? Does anyone on council have any committee reports by council liaisons? Anybody? Nope, no council listed items. So next up, Mr. Manager, Dean Kaczynski's final report as manager.
No, thank you, Mayor. Just a couple of things to report, and I don't know when you want me to do this, but I do have something I'd like to say publicly, and someone will have to make a motion to send the meeting. So I don't know when you want to do that.
Well, we were thinking you'd do your manager's report and
Yeah.
then say what you want to say, and then we're going to invite some of our dignitaries up to speak and say some stuff about you, but we can see
Yeah.
how it flows.
Let me do my manager's report to update everyone on some projects, some announcements, and then maybe get to our dignitaries here, so they're not having to stay too long.
That works for us.
So,
Thank you, Mr. Manager.
so let me just go over the announcements first, and Bergen County is going to be holding their 4th of July Star Spangled Spectacular in Overpeck Park, in Richfield Park. This is going to take place on July 4th. It'll start at 4:30 p.m. and that will conclude with fireworks later in the evening. It's going to be a wonderful event. I believe Reggie Pittman from Teaneck is performing there as well. So looking forward to that. The Department of Transportation's Office of Community Relations had reached out to me in reference to a public hearing. This is for a diversion application involving work on Route 4 by the Palisade Avenue overpass. So the purpose of the public hearing is really to inform the public about the proposed diversions and disposals on Green Acres encumbered property along Route 4. So we set up a tentative date and with DOT, and that's going to be July 30th at 6 p.m. and the meeting will be held, and it's open to the public in the Rhoda Center, room MP1. So it's an important meeting. It'll give you a great idea of what DOT is doing. They have to use some of the Green Acre property along the green belt on the north and south side of Route 4. And again, they're going to be making that into a 3-lane highway from just east of the Garrison Avenue Bridge to all the way to Teaneck High School. So it's something they had spoken about for a long time, but they're getting around to doing it, and we have to have this public meeting again on July 30th at 6 p.m. I know in the township recycling calendar, I put in there for the mass notification testing date. It was going to be a week from this Friday. However, we're changing it to Wednesday, June 26th. And for those that know about the mass notification system, we have 11 siren towers in town and a public address system. So we will be doing our annual testing, and I'll do a robocall a couple days prior to that to remind everyone. Again, it's going to take place on Wednesday, June 26th at 10 a.m. in the morning. So don't be alarmed if you hear the sirens, and that'll be followed by a canned message as well. We're going to hold a memorial ceremony for Dr. Ken Hoffman. That's going to be at the entrance to the Sportsplex, and that's going to take place this Friday at 7 p.m. We have his memorial plaque there, and former Mayor Jim Dunleavy will be the MC of this. So it's 7 o'clock this Friday at the front entrance of the Sportsplex. The Voti Park Pool and Splash Pad is now open 7 days a week. Our 4th of July parade begins at 9:30 along Queen Anne Road, and that's going to be followed by our 34th annual community celebration at Voti Park. We also have the Juneteenth flag raising at the Sportsplex that takes place tomorrow at 12 p.m. And some of the project updates, so everyone knows, the Township sent our Affordable Housing Trust Fund report to Commissioner Suarez. This satisfies our 4th round obligation to the DCA, detailing all non-residential development fees collected and expended since the inception of the municipal authorization to collect and retain non-residential development fees. I see Issa in the audience here. Issa worked very hard on this, so I want to thank our CFO for doing great work as always. Replacement of the Voti Park tennis court lights. Thank you, Issa. Going to begin in August. That project is moving forward. The new Voti Park prefab bathroom is scheduled for delivery in August. All that foundation work is completed. Utility work is in process. The new shade at the splash pad was installed. That's on the south side. And the new shelter is going to be delivered in August as well. So August is going to be a busy month for us at Voti Park. Our stormwater infrastructure mapping is on the agenda this evening. And getting to Bell Avenue drainage, one of the things we have to do with that project with the detention tank is come up with land to satisfy Green Acres. So we came up with a piece of parcel. We needed 0.43 acres. And we're going to be using an area by 314 Home Street. That's going to be the designated property that allows us to move forward with this minor diversion application so we can move forward with the detention tank. Update on Herrick Park. We had to reject a couple bids for the basketball and baseball field upgrades as they came in too high. This evening, we're going to be awarding the bids for the bathroom facility, the spray park in Herrick Park, and the playground, and that's on the agenda this evening. So Herrick Park is moving forward, but we will re-advertise for renovations to the basketball and baseball fields. Plans are in place for the pedestrian overpass that connects Palisade Avenue to Windsor Road. I know our attorney is working on some legal issues with CSX, and he should be able to update us at the next council meeting. The 2023 roadway resurfacing project is going to commence immediately after 4th of July. We're looking to resurface 16 streets, and we're also doing 4 streets right now. That's Neldon, Hurleman, Schoonmaker, and Oregon Court, and that is a CDBG project, and the milling and paving will begin this week, weather permitting. Oregon Court tennis courts, the engineer has designed a proposal, and that's also on the agenda this evening. And I've been working, I don't know if Cheryl's here, I've been working with Cheryl Hall and FDU to schedule the empathy training. So that's moving forward, and thanks to Cheryl's efforts, we've designated July 7th and July 8th as the official training date. So we're going to have a good group of people attending that, and I think it's really going to benefit the township. Just a couple grants that recently came in. The township was recently awarded $72,000 from the local recreation improvement grant. That's to purchase and install the new exercise equipment in Brooks Park. And we were notified by Commissioner LaTourette that the town was approved for the $750,000 Green Acres matching grant for Sagamore Park approved. So that is it, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. And Doug, going to turn it over to you.
I'm asking for a point of privilege, Mayor.
Absolutely.
As many of you might know by now, I'm Doug Roussillon. I'm your township clerk. One of my primary duties in the town here with council, with our manager, is letting you all know what we are discussing, letting you all know what's on the agenda, what's on the docket. And I want everyone to know that what we just heard was the last township manager report from Mr. Dean Kaczynski. I'm asking for just a breath because we spend a lot of time here together. Sorry. We spend a lot of time here together and things move very, very fast. And sometimes we really don't have the time to stop and appreciate the good things that are in front of us. None of us have the luxury of choosing the amount of time that we are given. But all of us do have the responsibility of deciding what we do with that time that is given to us. It's been 129 years of the township of Teaneck, formally incorporated. 44 years of that has been with Dean. That's more than a quarter of the township's history, if my mental math is correct, Issa, which usually it's not. It's not just the amount of time that's been put in, Mr. Manager, but the quality of work ethic provided for that amount of time. Effortless, organic, just a couple adjectives. Although it was some of Teaneck's history, some of you may or may not know, it was all of my history here in the township with Dean. The last 6 years, I've been spending more time here with Dean, with council, with all of you in chambers than I do with my family and friends, for better or for worse. Don't tell my parents that. And in that time, while I am one of the more younger folks here at the organization, I have been able to watch our manager, the leader of this organization, grow and refine that method of excellence that our new manager was referencing. He has perfected the art of managing the craziness. You all hear me talk way too much. I had to bring a couple friends from the past who might be able to articulate a little better than I. Let's hear from Mayor Mohammed, who made it in first.
Council, Mayor, it's a pleasure to be here. Commissioner Zor, I was going to say the other word, Senator Johnson, my good friend Jim Tedesco, who I've not seen in a long time. I'm glad to see that you came out here on this historical occasion, and the man who I passed off the gavel to, Jim Dinlavey. Thank you all for coming tonight. You know, I wasn't going to be one of those guys who was going to come back to council once I left. It's been 4 years, and this is the first time I'm back. And it's for you, Dean. And I'm really glad to be here to say thank you. What comes to mind is a story that I didn't tell to a lot of people, and I don't think we've ever discussed it, is when I first got elected in 2008. I was wearing jeans, a hat, you know, I didn't look like a council member, and I came to council, and I was delivering an edible arrangements to the secretarial staff. So I park in the council spot. Now, Dean, being the police officer that is, looks at me. It's like, you can't park there. I'm like, oh, this guy doesn't. Now, I'm younger. I just got elected. I'm like, very chesty at this point. I'm like, yes, I can. And he was like, well, if you park there, I'm going to give you a ticket. I'm like, no, you're not. And you should have seen his face. His face was like, and I was just like, hi, how you doing? Nice to meet you. Councilman Hamida Dean. I just got elected. And he just kind of smiled, and he was just like, looked to the side like he always does. And I tell that story, and I was reminded of that story because that could have gone a different way, right? It could have been very different if it was a different police officer, a different person. I know who I was at that time. So it's interesting what it reminded me what made him a great police officer, which was what made him a great HR manager and a great township manager. But then I realized that those qualities was what made him a great human being. And no time was that ever tested when myself, Jim Tedesco, County Executive Jim Tedesco, and Dean Kaczynski were sitting in the office upstairs at the beginning of COVID, with the world coming to an end, and we were the Avengers. Right? It was us. There was nobody giving us any direction. There was nobody telling us what to do. And we're like, what do you want to do? I'm like, all right, let's just put together a state of emergency. We went through the process and everything else. But Dean really, for that year, put this town on his back, took care of all of us, because I don't know one person who ever signed up or took an oath of office who would ever sign up and say, get a call from our CEO in a hospital and say, hey, can you help me to get more body bags? And I remember vividly how tough those first 3 months were, and I remember vividly how the rest of the year was. And you just did a tremendous job there and in your 44 years. You know, I'm very happy for you. I'm very sad for our town. And from my family, and we have about 60 still living in town, I would love to say thank you for all you did. Good luck to you. I know it's not goodbye. Now we'll finally have time to play that round of golf. Good luck to you, Dean.
Mayor Dr. Jim Dunleavy.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Council. Good evening, residents. I think as Mohammed said, we could be here till the wee hours of the morning telling you stories about Dean and the decisions that he's been making, has been made, what he's done for this town. But I thought I'd take a little different tact. What I want to talk about is the person who's good counsel and unswerving devotion to this town that we both love was a tremendous asset to me as a council member and as mayor. Now, I could be here for several hours highlighting what went into so many decisions that Dean made that will be spoken about positively for years to come. And certainly his handling of the pandemic, as we just mentioned, and during my term as mayor, the setting up of our vaccine center will always stand out for me. But as I said, it would take too long a list to list all those accomplishments. So I want to just focus on the man himself. Now, many of you might know this, but I'm an Irish Catholic kid who grew up in the Bronx and Yonkers. While an Irish Catholic, though, we lived in primarily Jewish neighborhoods. And my mom was very much taken by Yiddish expressions. So I remember as a child, one of the ones she used the most is the word mensch. For those who do not know the meaning, and I have a feeling most of us here do, but its definition is a person of integrity, morality, dignity, with a sense of what's right and responsible. Dean is the living definition of a mensch. Now, that does not mean he doesn't understand politics, believe me, but he never shied away from proposing what he felt was right for the people of Teaneck and to fight for them every time. He was always thinking ahead and trying to anticipate budgetary and other issues in order to put the township in the best possible position. Whether council listened or listens to him at times is another story, but his focus on the town and its residents always came first. Dean completes a family legacy, not of his 4, but of over 8 decades of service to Teaneck from the Kaczynski family. His father, Rich, who I had a pleasure of meeting, but under bad circumstances, was a police officer, and his mom, Phyllis, was a school teacher. Then Dean followed his dad on the force into town administration. Boy, did they ever do a good job raising this kid. I thank you and your family, Dean, for the years of dedicated service that they have given to our Teaneck. So, Dean, as you move on to the next chapter of your life, which I am sure will be one that is less stressful, I will leave you with this. If our friend Dr. Ken Hoffman were here to be able to share his thoughts, I know he would express his sadness to see you go, but would also be happy for you, as you would be able to be less stressed and be able to spend more time with family and be down at the home you love in Delaware more often. I agree with Ken, who said to me shortly before he passed away, Dean's leaving is our loss, but it is his gain. Teaneck is a better place for having had you serve the community in the many roles for many years. We will miss your commitment and dedication to your hometown. But remember, whenever you're back in town, be sure to call me, stop by to the house, and we'll have a tot so we can catch up. God bless.
I'm going to go down the line here. Mr. Tedesco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Council, residents of Teaneck, and Bergen County, because that's who I'm here to represent, along with myself personally. I've sat in the chair of the mayor. I've sat in the chair of the council members. I know what it takes to run a community. While the elected officials come and go, the administrator or the manager is the glue that holds things together. The manager, the administrator is the person that makes sure that the garbage is picked up, that the snow is plowed, that the police force has the bullets for the guns, and all the other things that are necessary to make a community a wonderful community like here in Teaneck. For 44 years, Dean has given his life to all of you to make sure that this town was safe, that this town had the equipment that it needed, that this town had a voice. And as you heard tonight, he read about grants, money that he worked on with others here to bring back to your community so that this community could be a better place. As the former mayor said, Dean and I and the mayor sat in a room all by ourselves trying to contemplate what the future would be for this town and this county as we entered into a dark day and a dark time. But I will tell you that this man never, ever once looked at the negative, always wanted to make sure that the residents were put first. In the 44 years that he's been here in Teaneck, I doubt a day went by that he didn't do that. I'm honored to be able to stand here and represent 1 million people in Bergen County to thank Dean. Because the success of Teaneck is the success of Bergen County, as the other 70 or 69 towns. So when a town does well, the county does well. And I'm here to thank Dean personally for helping make that happen. You are a wonderful individual, a true gentleman. I think the word mensch was perfect. But it's my honor to be able to call you a friend. It's my honor to be able to say thank you for the things that you have done for this town so well and for so long. And for that, I have a proclamation that I would like to present to you, Mr. Mayor, if that's okay, in honor of the work that you've done on behalf of the 1 million people here in Bergen County. So if you'd come down, I'd like to present this to you. Recognition of Dean Township Mayor Dean B. Kaczynski. Whereas Township Mayor Dean B. Kaczynski is a lifelong resident of the Township of Teaneck and has proudly served the township and its residents as a dedicated public servant for 44 years. And whereas in 2018 he was named Teaneck Township's 8th Township Manager. And under his leadership, the township has thrived with implementing new safety measures, investing in infrastructure, navigating through the COVID-19 pandemic, improving recreational facilities, and celebrating its momentous 125th anniversary. And whereas on Tuesday, June 18, 2024, Mr. Kaczynski will offer his final Township Manager report at the Township Council meeting, after which he will be honored and celebrated by the council, family, friends, and members of the community for his distinguished service to his beloved hometown. And whereas, on behalf of the nearly 1 million residents of Bergen County, I extend our sincere gratitude to Dean B. Kuczynski for his 44 years of service to the township of Teaneck and offer our best wishes for a wonderful retirement. Now, therefore, be resolved that I, James Jason, as the third executive county of Bergen in the state of New Jersey, do hereby recognize Teaneck Township Mayor Dean B. Kuczynski. My challenge coin, I'd like to present that to you. And on behalf of the people of Bergen County, the county pin. So I know you wear a Teaneck pin, but I proudly ask you to keep the Bergen County pin as a member of the Bergen County family. Thank you.
Miss Commissioner Tracy Zord.
Thank you, Doug. Thank you, Mayor, Council. It is a big night, and Dean, all I can say is thank you. You really were this steady hand during a very unsteady time, not just in the last several years with COVID, but throughout the entire course of your service. And as the county executive highlighted, you know, not every aspect of what a city takes care of is glamorous. And whether those details that you covered were small or big, you guided and you shaped this community every step of the way, encouraging really good decision-making, data-driven decision-making, the things that we all want to see as far as how we continue to encourage a community to grow. I have a theater kid, so I always think of song lyrics in times like this, and I keep thinking of Wicked, of like this community, because it knew you, it has definitely been changed for good. And on the behalf of the entire Board of Commissioners, I want to say thank you. Wish you so much success and joy in your retirement, but underscore the tremendous legacy that you have left. And Jacqueline, while you have enormous shoes to fill, we'll be here to encourage you and be partners with you as we continue to move Teaneck forward. But Dean, we are so grateful for your service. And on behalf of the Board of Commissioners, in honor and recognition of your retirement, we also have a
Mr. Senator Gordon Johnson.
Oh, a full house. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Township of Teaneck, Mayor, Council, elected officials, and those appointed. Thank you for your service, particularly. But for Dean, I come from the New Jersey State Senate with a joint resolution from the Senate and Assembly from the 37th District, which is where we are right now. So Sharma Haider and Ellen Park and I have this resolution recognizing you for what you've done for the people of the Township of Teaneck. And I find it interesting that you are a first responder initially, like the county executive was a first responder. Actually, I think he probably still is. He's still working it. And I was a police officer too in the neighboring town, Inglewood. So first responders are dedicated to the community, but also make great leaders, such as you have. So, and because of your leadership and abilities and dedication to this community, this Township of Teaneck is a better place for all of us. And like the county executive said, if the town does well, the county does well, and if the county does well, the state does well. So on behalf of the state legislature, I'll present you with this resolution, joint resolution, and recognizing that you are an old policeman, like me.
Actually work with Gordon.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes, yes.
Yeah. We had a stagecoach that went through town a long time ago, and We-
Dinner at the Spring House.
That's right, that's right, a week ago, yes.
Yeah.
So, oh, let me do this. Just put a photo up. Here we go. County has more money than we do. What can I say?
And of course, we're touching all our bases. We have Congressman Josh Gottheimer's office here this evening. Please introduce yourself. This is not Josh, actually. Yeah.
I am Cole Tui. I am the Congressman's Deputy District Director, and I actually got the honor to work with Dean over the past year, and the Congressman wasn't able to make it here tonight, but he asked me to stand in his stead to present this flag to you in honor of your dedication and service that was flown over the United States Capitol in your honor.
And at this point, we're going to bring it back home to Teaneck and call up the Teaneck Road Business Community Alliance, who also had something for our manager. Miss Joyce Giddens with the nicest sneakers in the building.
Good evening, Council and Township of Teaneck. As I stand before you today as the current president of the TRBCA, I didn't get here on my own. I'm here because the founder, right there in red, she saw a need on Teaneck Road and she filled it. And when she had to step down, another wonderful woman stepped up to the plate, Joyce Giddens, and she filled the gap and carried the baton. But they didn't do it alone. We did it all together. These are all volunteers and supporters of TRBCA, which stands for Teaneck Road Business Community Alliance. Whoever comes after me will also need to have a heart for our community. One can only hope that we try to come close to what you have exemplified for 44 years. So, Mr. Manager Kaczynski, we members and volunteers of the Teaneck Road Business Community Alliance would like to extend our heartfelt gratitude for your unwavering dedication and support. Your commitment has been instrumental to helping us achieve our goals and further our mission within the community. Although much work still is to come, your active involvement made a significant impact to our initiatives. We deeply appreciate the time, effort, and resources you have invested to supporting TRBCA. It is through the dedication of individuals like you that we can continue to foster growth, unity, and prosperity within our community. We look forward to continuing our collaboration and achieving greater success together with the council and the new manager. So without further ado, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, everybody. Lillian, come on in. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Yes, I feel good. You know I have to. Yeah, you have to. You got the nicest sneakers here. You look so good. Where's my husband?
He's right behind you.
Oh, Bob.
Speak into the microphone as best you can, Joyce.
Yes, I will. Yes.
This is going to be a tribute to Mayor Dean Kaczynski. Mayor, we just promoted him.
For myself.
Yeah. Sorry. Okay. These are some of the attributes for Mayor Dean Kaczynski, Township Manager, excuse me. Having the courage of your conviction is one of them. Being consistent is another attribute, and you're honorable, trustworthy, and a man of integrity. That's four men.
Oh, another definitive word would be constancy. It's the quality of being faithful and dependable. You stand for justice and righteousness. You're about teamwork, and that's very necessary for dealing with a multicultural society such as which we live in.
Okay. My gracious wife has allowed me to say a few words too. Okay, excuse me, but you're blocking my.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm sorry.
It's okay. And, okay, and also you're a man of your word, a man of God,
Yes,
a lifelong friend. That's the best.
I hope we'll be there. Teaneck Road Business Community Alliance, or TRBCA, truly values having worked with you, outgoing Deputy Manager Tom Rowe, and your former assistants, Helen Zabierski, remember? Followed by Luis De Paz, and your cordial office staff, Township Clerk Doug Bracion, his office workers, John McCullum, are preparing the cake and refreshments, and Kristen Denarchia. Did I say right?
Yeah, you said that right.
Okay. Township Engineer Trevor Jelani, Township CFO Isa Abasi, and Purchasing Agent Simona Cassian Serbu. Is that multicultural or what? Yeah. Together through collaboration of the Township Council and Township Planner, Richard Price, why he retired. Collectively, we brought into fruition Teaneck Road streetscape, the gateway. This accomplishment is an example of when government, community, and merchants work together to achieve a unified goal. Dean?
Dean, you were the key in continuing the vision of your predecessor, Manager William Brotherton, had begun. Thank you for your excellent servant leadership.
Amen.
Dean, although it is a bittersweet time, we pray for the blessings of peace, health, and rest upon you during your retirement. Enjoy your new beginning.
Amen. We love you, Dean.
Yes, love you.
I just wanted to make it funny that we welcome your new successor, Jesselyn Hashmat, but you can never fill Dean's shoes because he doesn't wear such high heels.
And she's a lot prettier than Dean.
Oh, okay. Love you so much. I haven't been here in a long time. It's good. I came for you, Dean.
Yeah.
You know that. Okay, okay.
You got that.
Okay. Shelley can't see your nose.
Thank you, Joy. Before we get to council, I'd like to invite any of our religious leaders up. I believe I see Rabbi Friedman here. If you'd like to come say a couple words, sir.
Few months ago, I had great privilege to spend some time with Dean's older sister, Debbie. Dean's father was, as we know, in the hospital, and thank God he's doing so much better. And Debbie was telling me a little bit about her brother. Debbie's 9 years older than Dean. And she mentioned that when Dean was about 5 years old, when Debbie was 14 and of course old enough to babysit, she would often get her brother tugging at her arm, asking her to take him down right here to where we are right now, to the municipal area, so he could watch where his father and so many of the other public servants in law enforcement in this town did the sacred work of protecting the people of Teaneck. When Debbie told me that, Dean, I realized that, God put you here for this. God put you here to take care of this town that you've loved since you were a little boy, to follow in your father's footsteps. I'm just coming right now. You see this from generation to generation, and I know I told you about this. My son's playing district ball for Teaneck right now, over at Teaneck Southern at that great field that you set up for him and all the other kids in this township. We all have a purpose here, Dean, and yours is and has been to take such wonderful care of everybody in Teaneck. You were that 5-year-old boy holding your sister's hand coming down to this place, who would grow up to be the man who would watch over this community. COVID, through very difficult times. Nobody did it better, nobody did it with more dignity. And so on behalf of myself, my family, the Jewish Center of Teaneck, the entire Jewish community, but really all of Teaneck's residents, it's our privilege to be able to say thank you, Dean, and may God continue to bless you and your entire family on the journey ahead. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rabbi. Last but not least, council.
Mr. Schwartz.
Say a few words, sir.
Dean, Mayor, Council. My name is Imam Muhammad Dawood. I am a chaplain as well as used to be the imam over at Bergen Regional Medical Center and a New York City chaplain for many years. And the last time I think we sat down and met together was that function about friends, Teaneck. What's that again? Be friendly. And we shared some ideas and talk, and I figured that you have the right spice in you. You have the right mentality. Yes, it's good to be friends. And for a person like myself, I've been here, living here in Teaneck for 52 years. And I've seen you off and on. We made on the fly. We talked briefly in passing. But I am really overjoyed that we had at least a chance to speak and talk about friendship And that's what we really need here in this town. Friendship. Even though we may not know each other's names or we not be agreeing with each other in ideological or religious or whatever, but at least we appreciate each other for being a human being and putting forth our best to be able to welcome each other and to be friends and to be able to be more humane and put a smile on other people's face and heart. Thank you. Thank you for being a good friend.
Mr. Schwartz.
I have nothing to say. No, I'm just kidding. I was actually going to make a quick little speech about Dean being a yes person, which I'll go on in one quick second, but I really didn't want to thank any of you guys for bringing back some of the darkest days that we had in Teaneck. I had blocked it all out. I remember the press conferences. I think some of you guys got sick of that press conference being a little too close to each other. I remember that. I never want to remember that again. It's something that Dean really, Dean in the county and Holy Name Hospital really put together some amazing vaccination center. It's something that as a person living in Teaneck, we all thought we took for granted, but everyone else in the county had to come into Teaneck to use. And I hope those were some of the darkest days we had on council. Some of those longest days when the vaccination center opened, and I hope it's never brought up again. To that note, I just wanted to explain Dean in 3 letters. YES, the yes person. Anything you asked, and I hope our new manager can take this from Dean. The answer was yes. It's I'll get it done and then we'll figure out how. It's probably one of the least glamorous jobs that exists. Fixing the roads, paving the roads. If someone complained about a road that wasn't paved, he would say, I'm not sure if it's on the list. Let me check and let me see if we can do if there's money left over. It was always about trying to get to yes. And that is something that's made the lives of 41,000 people in Teaneck different every day. And probably 99% of them have no idea how that happened, but they did. And it was Dean behind the scenes, always thinking about how. And to say it's 24 hours, almost 24 hours a day. I'm not sure when you slept, but hopefully you can now sleep. So with that, I wish you a life that doesn't require you doing anything until noon. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Schwartz. Ms. Belcher.
Dean, when I think of you, I think of fairness, I think of logic, I think of reason, and I think of faith. I know that when we first got started and came into the office, one of the things that you did I thought was very, very important, and that was you took us around. You took me individually, I think each one of us around to meet the heads of departments, and it was just so heartwarming in terms of being able to one-on-one as a manager really kind of interact with us individually. From the very first budget meeting, I walked out of there and the first thing I did was sign up for budgets for elected officials, because I couldn't believe you knew so much about budgeting and so forth. But not only are you like such a professional, but what I learned from the time that I've been here is that you care deeply for people, from the little things like, when I needed a sidewalk contractor, I called you and you're like, I'm sending a list of contractors that people in town use. Or when my tree fell down at my office, you called me, and right away, when I called you right away, you told me exactly, what to do and who tree contractor. So you are, not only are you a constant professional, but you are a servant leader, and it really resonates in all the things that you do and how you interact with the residents and how you interact with us as a council. And I deeply, deeply thank you for the time that you have given. 44 years is a long time. And I feel as if you deserve the best retirement, the best time off, the best time to enjoy your family and friends. And I wish you the very best.
Thank you, Ms. Belcher. Ms. Organ.
So I don't ever write my speeches. I did tonight because I was determined not to cry, but I cried when I wrote my speech. So, it's a crapshoot. We'll see.
Dean, my first manager and my friend. There are so many things we can talk about when we describe what you've done for Teaneck. The biggest by far, in my opinion, and you may disagree, is COVID. And I came in after all of you guys did what you did. The vaccine was already available. From your first press conference with Mayor Hamiduddin, you felt the weight of the township on your shoulders. You felt the responsibility of the health and safety of every resident. You understood the importance of every individual's needs. You were calm while the world panicked. You felt for every blessed soul that was lost. You entered into a partnership with Holy Name that was like no other, and you turned the Rhoda Center into the most well-run immunization center in New Jersey. You made sure, this is why I don't write speeches, you made sure Teaneck residents and neighbors had the opportunity to be immunized first. You stood for hours each day, you didn't eat, you lost weight, and when Tom came on board, he did the same. And we all gravitated to the Rhoda Center to be with you, to be with our neighbors, and to feel their love. You made sure businesses stayed open, provided permits and ways to stay in business. You allowed outdoor dining, outdoor ceremonies, and events to the extent of your ability. You kept the town running. That was as big as it gets. And the little things are no less important. One Friday afternoon, I called you. Tom and I are delivering food at the Homewood Suites. Englewood residents were displaced by flooding. So you and Tom got a luggage rack and you got food and you went door to door in Homewood Suites, feeding the people from Englewood who were displaced and were there, because that's what you and Tom did. Yeah. One day an elderly neighbor reached out because there was a branch on their lawn. Not knowing that you would just go out there by yourself and move the branch, and you not knowing that they would send us a letter thanking you for moving the branch. You just went out and you moved the branch. One day you called Eric and you asked him to deliver a walker to a neighbor because he was older and he needed a walker downstairs and a walker upstairs because he didn't want to move one to the other, but you wanted it left outside so that he wouldn't know that somebody brought it there or that you had arranged it for him, but that elves had brought the walker for him so that he could be taken care of in a way that brought him respect. The relationships you developed with your department heads and the entire workforce was always based on respect, and a feeling of camaraderie on the second floor of the municipal building is something that everybody should have in their place of work. The way your voice on the phone for robocalls brings 42,000 residents a sense of calm, no matter what's happening to them, is something that has always brought us peace. The one time I think we missed that, we missed the boat, was the Army-Navy game two years ago, when we didn't tell people that jets would be flying over MetLife Stadium, and my friend Cheryl was hiding under her bed. Yeah, so we missed the boat on that one. You're kind and fair and respectful to everyone. You'd always rather say yes than no. No favor is ever too big or too small. Your heart is so big. You have been a wonderful friend to Eric, Allie, Jamie, and myself. You are a class act. You're humble. You're never one to chase the spotlight. You're always doing good behind the scenes. Teaneck and each of us is so much better off for knowing you. I hope your legacy to us is that each of us here tries to emulate your traits in some way. And I have presents for you too, though they're not plaques. I have your own stash of sugar-free licorice candies because you won't be here to pound them with me during long meetings. And I have the dual release melatonin for you so that you can sleep and then stay asleep. Although I have a feeling after July 1st, you will not have a problem sleeping anymore.
Karen and I spoke about this. I get about 3 or 4 hours of sleep
Yes.
Nightly, so we spoke about melatonin, so
Yes.
thank you very much.
I hope you sleep.
Yes.
My wishes for you during your retirement are a little bit of sleep, long days at the beach with your toes in the sand, blackened salmon Caesar salads, and lots of seafood, very dirty martinis with blue cheese stuffed olives, and a lot of time spent with good friends and family.
Thank you, Ms. Organ. Ms. Goldberg.
Thank you. So Dean, I know you can always count on the odd call for me to ask the obscure question in preparation for a meeting. So while you're expecting a hot topic, I throw the curveball and say, no, I want to talk to you about snowplows. No matter what, you always answer. So Jackie, heads up, all the obscure questions usually will come from me, but there's always an obscure reason. Dean, I love watching your interaction with our employees and the council and the residents. There's not a single Teaneck resident that has not been impacted by you. You're compassionate and caring, and your dedication to Teaneck has always shined. You've served through some of our most challenging moments, as others have mentioned, and you've always done so with a real Teaneck heart. You've always been available and prioritized everyone, and that's really made sure that Teaneck is well run. I don't think you had on your bingo card that your last meeting would be the third public hearing for chickens. So I'm really counting on Mr. Leon to give Dean a great final public hearing tonight. It's been an incredible pleasure and honor to serve Teaneck with you the last 18 months. And for the last 8 months, you've been there for so many of us, but I want to personally thank you for going above and beyond for myself, from Jason, and from Michael, and professionally from myself and the whole council and the whole town. Good luck, Dean. We will miss you, and thank you for all of your service.
Thank you, Ms. Goldberg. Deputy Mayor Katz.
You know, there's not many people that I can call at 5:30 in the morning on the way to the gym. And Dean's already on his way to 7-Eleven for his cup of coffee. Fortunately for Dean, there's not many times that I make it to the gym at 5:30 in the morning. I've known Dean Kaczynski for over 30 years. I consider him a true friend. When he was a police officer, he was very well respected by his colleagues. He was dedicated to the residents of Teaneck, sincere, honorable, and passionate in the position. Dean has brought the same qualities to the Teaneck manager position. His 24/7 commitment to Teaneck, his no-nonsense personality, and a get-it-done attitude has benefited every resident and employee of Teaneck and their quality of life. We are fortunate to Dean's 40 years of service to Teaneck. You will be missed. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Katz. Deputy Mayor G.
Thank you. So I've only had the pleasure of working with Dean for the last 18 months, and I can say that I absolutely can echo the sentiments of my colleagues. You have been just so unbelievably fair in the way that you approach everything that happens in town, those tough situations. You are responsive to all of us, no matter what time, as Deputy Mayor Katz said. You're responsible to every one of us, whether we are council members, residents, students. I think back to the time when you worked with the students from YAB to work on getting those AEDs. I mean, you just really got things done in a way that I just am so grateful. I guess the only thing that I'm really sad about is that I only got 18 months while Ellie got 30 years. And I just wish we had so much more time. So you are also, I can't think of anyone who's more deserving of retirement. You've worked so hard, so hard. I can't think of a time where I reached out to you and you didn't respond, whether it was by text or email or so many different channels. I just am so grateful, and really just want to say thank you for all that you've done for Teaneck. As you can see, all these folks here really, really appreciate you. And I couldn't say thank you enough.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. It is an honor to be here with all of you tonight as we celebrate the remarkable career and well-deserved retirement of our beloved Township Manager, Dean Kaczynski. This moment is both a celebration and a tribute to a man who has dedicated an incredible 40+ years of his life to the service of our hometown and to our residents. Because Dean Kaczynski's journey with the township is nothing short of extraordinary. Beginning his career as a police officer, Dean served with distinction and unwavering commitment to the safety and well-being of our hometown and our residents. And over the years, he rose through the ranks, embodying the values of integrity, dedication, and community spirit that help define our township to this very day. For the past 6 years, Dean has served as our township manager, guiding us with a steady hand and a clear vision, and we're going to miss him. His leadership has been instrumental in navigating the challenges and opportunities that have come our way. and Dean's deep understanding of our community, combined with his strategic thinking and his tireless work ethic, has left an incredible mark on Teaneck. As a police officer, Dean protected our streets and upheld the law with courage and with compassion. His service in law enforcement was marked by numerous accolades and the respect of his colleagues and the community as a whole. And Dean's transition to township manager allowed him to leverage his extensive experience and deep-rooted connection to Teaneck in new and impactful ways that help us all, especially our residents. And under Dean's stewardship as manager, we have seen significant progress and development in Teaneck. His commitment to transparency, fiscal responsibility, and community engagement has set a high standard for public service. And his ability to build consensus and foster collaboration has been key to achieving so many of our shared goals over the years. Dean's legacy is not only measured by the initiatives he championed or the challenges he overcame, but also by the countless lives he touched along the way, and he touched so many. His dedication to public service has been a source of inspiration to us all, and his impact will be felt for generations to come in Teaneck. So tonight, as we celebrate Dean's retirement, we are also celebrating the countless contributions he has made to our hometown. Dean, my friend, my man, your leadership, your wisdom, and your unwavering commitment to Teaneck has made a deep and lasting difference to all of us. We are profoundly grateful for your service and the example you have set for us all. And as you embark on this new chapter in your life, we wish you joy, we wish you well-deserved rest and relaxation, and we wish you the fulfillment of all your personal dreams. And while you may be retiring from your official duties, you will always be a cherished member of the Teaneck family. We thank you wholeheartedly for your exceptional service and dedication, because you have truly made Teaneck a better place to live, work, raise a family, and retire. We're going to miss you. We love you. We appreciate you. And thank you so, so very much for everything that you have done for Teaneck over the years. We have one more special presentation from Karen from Council.
I was so sleuthy. I found the place that you get the watches for everybody else. And I went in and I said, you know, Dean, who comes in and gets the watches for everybody else, and he has such great taste. Well, we need to find a special watch for Dean. And how fortuitous that your watch stopped working at 6:30.
Yeah, no, in all seriousness, just a quick story. I have my Movado watch on, and closed session, of course, starts at 6:30. My watch stopped working at 6:31 this evening, so.
I think you
Well,
should save it like that.
Wait, inside it says, so you don't have to open the whole thing up, though I would love to know if you like it. It says for 30 years of service to Teaneck, for 40 years of service, all of our love, Teaneck.
Thank you so much. Very much appreciated. And again, this is probably one of the most difficult times for me right now to spend my last meeting here, but you know, I have prepared something, and I just don't want to leave anybody out. So just bear with me, and hopefully we'll get through this in about 15 or 20 minutes, but it's
Take your time,
important.
Mr. Manager. Take your time. The floor is yours. Take your time, sir.
It's very important to me that you know a little bit about my family, about the people I work with, and how important it is in my life. So I may have to stop here and there. So let me start out by saying this is Township Manager Dean Kaczynski with my last important message. So, first and foremost, I'd like to, thank my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, for always giving me, the strength and courage, no matter the challenge, to make the right decisions for this incredible community. As I bid farewell to you, I'm humbled and honored to have served this great township for the last 4 decades. I never, ever took for granted my responsibilities as a municipal employee and the trust the residents of Teaneck and our council bestowed upon me. From baby steps in the beginning to giant leaps through the pandemic, my fortitude and service to this community came truly from the sweat of my brow. With such a diverse community in Teaneck, with all different values and beliefs, my intent was always to build bridges and not walls. As difficult and emotional as this is for me this evening, it's important that I acknowledge the wonderful help encouragement, and support that I have received throughout my 4-decade career from many special people, including my family, our local clergy, the Teaneck Township Council and workforce, my close friends, and of course, you, the Teaneck community. Second, I can't say enough about my parents, Richard and Phyllis, who provided not only me, but my sister Debbie and brother Rick, incredible foundation of love, support, and encouragement. My dad is a Korean War veteran and Purple Heart recipient. He returned from overseas at the age of 18 after sustaining a gunshot wound while serving in the Army. He also worked for the township as a police officer for 25 years before retiring from the force in 1981. He moved on to a very successful career in the banking business and wound up to be a vice president of then United Jersey Bank. My parents always called Teaneck home, initially living in several different apartments to save up enough money to purchase a home. They lived on Westgate Road, on Cedar Lane before buying their first home on Ward Plaza. From Ward Plaza, they bought a house on Lucy Avenue, the home I grew up in. Mom and Dad taught us the importance of being kind and respectful to everyone, not only through words, but by our actions as well. Those life lessons have resonated with me throughout my life, and I've strived very hard to make them proud and be that person that loves and respects everyone, no matter the difference of opinion. Our family welcomed everyone into our home, and we felt diversity was the township's best asset. My parents are incredibly unselfish people who always put their children first, making many sacrifices along the way. I look back now and I really do realize the incredible importance and meaningful value it was, really the little thing to spend dinner together as a family every evening at our impressionable young ages. And this was an opportunity for our family to bond and discuss the day's events and share stories despite their busy work schedules. Mom worked her full-time job during the day and she was very successful, and Dad worked the night shift at the police department. No one was immune from saying a few words at the dinner table and helping out with the various chores along the way. Everybody in my family contributed. My father was always preaching. To this day, he still does at almost 91 years of age, including this past Father's Day at the house. All the advice given to me throughout my lifetime was from his heart and filled with knowledge from life experience. You know, the more I age, it's clear to me how much my parents sacrificed for their children. They always provided words of positive encouragement, endless motivation, and the resource for all of us to succeed and do well. I'd be remiss if I didn't mention all of the sporting events they attended. My mother, sorry, Sandy, was my biggest fan. At all the hours, the days, the nights, the hockey games in the middle of the night. Again, they sacrificed so much and worked many extra hours while I was growing up to pay for all my sporting events. And there were many of them. I played football, baseball, and ice hockey, and even back then, that was nice. Mom was always very active in the Teaneck Southern Little League program. She held many positions in that organization from the time I started playing baseball. To say they're an inspiration to me is an understatement. I always tell people, if I can be the half the person they are, my life is complete. I know I'd never be where I am today had it not been for their constant love, support, and unending faith. My parents gave me the greatest gift anyone could give another person. They believed. I could go on and on about their personal and professional accomplishments, but I do want to go home at a reasonable hour this evening. There's nothing more important to me than my children. The greatest legacy one can pass on to one's children is not money or other material things, but rather a legacy of character and faith. To my daughter, Dina, my son, Jake, I can't thank you enough for your love and support during my career with the township. I know it wasn't easy for both of you, and they are both watching via Zoom. During my tenure on the police department, there were many missed events, late night calls, a lot of crankiness coming from me, but no matter the circumstances, both of them were always there for me. They supported me, they loved me, and we always managed to get through any challenge. Fatherhood has been one of the most humbling experiences of my life. No matter what the circumstances, my children know, and I will always be there to support them unconditionally. My message to Dina and Jake is to believe in yourself. You are braver than you think, more talented than you know, and capable of more than you can imagine. I'm so proud to be your father. Getting on to me, a little bit about me. While I was in high school, I started my early career in Teaneck in the Recreation Department, working as a summer park counselor. It was an incredible opportunity at that time to engage our youth and interact with the community in a positive way. And I looked at it as a way of getting paid just to have fun. So I had a great time working during the summer. After college, I was sworn in as a police officer in early 1984 by then Township Manager Warner Schmidt. Right in this very same room, I consider this a tremendous honor, privilege, and opportunity to serve the residents of Teaneck in a place I called home. I was following the footsteps of my father and couldn't be happier. And after retiring 26 and a half years later at the rank of captain, I did not think I'd continue to work in Teaneck. One of the highlights of my career in law enforcement was being chosen to attend the FBI National Academy in Quantico, Virginia, an experience I'll certainly never forget. As my fellow cop colleagues would say, we've seen it, done it, and heard it all. There are no surprises in police work, and make no mistake, I'm telling everyone here, police work does take its toll, both mentally and physically, when you do that job for 25 plus years. After my retirement from law enforcement, an opportunity eventually presented itself as Teaneck's first human resource director. I can't thank my former colleague and good friend, William Broughton, for this opportunity. We worked incredibly well together, instituting many new policies, creating opportunities, developing trusting relationships with our workforce, and setting goals that would build success in the organization. I found it so important, and this resonates with me as sitting here today, to listen to our workforce when I was the HR director. We kept an open door policy because when you take the time to listen to someone, it shows you value the person. People start to heal the moment they feel heard, and listening doesn't cost a dime. After 6 years as a human resource director, I was appointed as a township's deputy manager while serving under Mr. Broughton. It was an incredible experience, and I'm grateful for that opportunity, and it certainly prepared me for my next role 2 years later. In 2018, I was appointed to the position of township manager, succeeding Mr. Broughton. And I will admit to everyone, I was very nervous for many reasons, and I made it my goal to continue building upon the momentum of organizational success. I had very big shoes to fill, but knowing we had such an incredible devoted workforce, supportive council, it put any concerns to rest. For me, being manager is a labor of love. Having been born and raised in this community, I can think of no greater honor than to serve as Teaneck's 8th township manager, succeeding successful managers such as Paul Volcker from 1930 to 1950, James Welsh from 1950 to 1959, Warner Schmidt from 1959 to 1988, Jack Hadge from 1988 to 1991, Gary Sage from 1991 to 2001, Helene Fall from 2001 to 2009, and William Broughton from 2009 to 2018. So, the job of township manager is a very personal one, in that the responsibilities are not abstract or theoretical, but rather direct, specific, and intimate, that include the responsibility for your public safety at home, at work, and on the streets, for your neighborhood parks to be safe, beautiful, and active for all to play and enjoy, for your garbage, trash, and leaves to be neatly and timely collected, your neighborhoods peaceful and tidy, for improved infrastructure and better roadways, and an economy that's bustling to benefit your livelihood, a township growing in fiscal strength and fairness, and the inspiration of arts accessible to all, lovely and positive civic spaces, your reasoned optimism for your future, and to serve you in times of crisis, and much more. In attending to those and other responsibilities, I have had the opportunity to hear from you, your letters, emails, text messages, phone calls at council meetings, meetings in my office, neighborhood association meetings, social events, civic organization meetings, walking on the street, coming out of a store, and throughout the many other township gatherings each and every day. In this process, a most wonderful thing happened to me. Through those many ways of communicating, I got to know you, feel, and appreciate your goodness, and to get to understand your heart's wishes. And that has been a priceless treasure. It has inspired me to work harder, to do more, and do it better, and to never give up. So in the totality of my work, it never became remote, was never a statistic, but was always personal, the happiness and well-being of each and every one of you, every citizen in our township. Through all of our encounters and communications, I also got to know your hearts. That is what you would find most fulfilling, what would enrich your lives and the lives of your children, what would make you happy and proud of your town. Through the help and support of council and our workforce, we undertook to turn those aspirations into reality. Whether it was seeking to make our township more and just welcoming, making our township safer and more livable, restoring our business districts, creating responsible development, improving infrastructure, renovating our parks, maintaining labor management harmony, and hosting other popular events, including Teaneck Day. It was truly a collaborative effort. These achievements we all accomplished together as a community team. What kept me going, pushing, having the resolve not to give up throughout the years was that I have gotten to know your hearts, and I knew that if the goal was achieved, the project or initiative completed, your hearts would be fulfilled, and it would make you happy and proud to be a resident of Teaneck. It was important to me to be guided by the standard of excellence. We have the responsibility to seek excellence in everything we do. Medium is beneath the goodness and quality of the residents of Teaneck. We must look well into the future and ask ourselves if what we're considering will be deemed excellent in 25, 50, or even 100 years from now. It is easy to willingly accept mediocrity. It's hard to demand excellence, but that is what the great township and its residents deserve. We have a duty to leave our town not only as beautiful, but more beautiful than we found it. This was a job I signed up for, get paid to do, and expect every manager after me to not only achieve those goals, but to exceed them. Many people have asked me, what's my best memory while working for the township? Although I have, and I truly have many, and could probably write a book, getting through, as several people pointed out tonight, getting through the COVID crisis really stands out for me. Our partnership with the County of Bergen, with Holy Name Medical Center, especially with Michael Marin, enabled us to open up a point of distribution for the COVID-19 vaccine. And this pod distributed the most vaccinations of any pod in the state of New Jersey. You know, we spent countless of hours at the pod while working with the dedicated healthcare professionals from Holy Name Medical Center, and I'll never forget the expressions on people's faces, the happiness, the joy, and relief they felt while waiting online for their shot. I truly believed the township saved many lives. Again, there was no playbook going back to the day we met with Jim and Mayor Hamida Dean. There was no playbook for COVID, but through the cooperation of council, our community, and our workforce, we were the leaders in the state and the example municipality to keep people healthy, safe, and alive. I equate the position of manager to being the quarterback on a football team. I recognize we had many talented professionals working for Teaneck, and that's truly the first step to being a successful leader. Sometimes as your manager, I have to call the best play to win, sometimes carrying the ball to gain some extra yards or to score the points. But most of the time, recognizing the importance of passing the ball to someone else to score the touchdown is invaluable. If your team achieves success, the manager as a leader will be successful and together win many championships. I think the proof is in the pudding that we've assembled a great team here in Teaneck, which I think can be called a dynasty. I've worked for 5 different municipal managers during my tenure here in Teaneck, watching and learning from some of the best. I've never felt it necessary to micromanage my staff, and I have the utmost faith and confidence in my department heads to make responsible day-to-day decisions, to think outside the box, and not be afraid of change. And gosh, they really do that so well. My position allows me to speak to so many municipal managers in our area and throughout the state, and rest assured, Teaneck has a great reputation and is known as a successful organization. Everyone should be proud of that. Again, this cannot be accomplished without having a great team in place. We've achieved and have an incredible level of labor management and harmony in the township. I brag about that to many people all the time. We have no grievances, we have no arbitrations, and no unnecessary time spent on workplace issues. We come a long way from being a very litigious workforce, and I'm happy to say we've had no employment litigation in over 14 years, and it's really an incredible accomplishment for such a large municipality with a workforce of 350. I'm happy to report that all of our collective bargaining agreements are settled, 4 until the end of 2030, and the other 4 until the end of 2026. And the settling of these contracts is a result of trust between management and our labor unions. with most contracts being settled with a handshake and without the need for labor counsel. Good for the taxpayers, not so good for the labor attorney. Another example of incredible work performed by our workforce is our continued positive audit reports. Believe we've been audit-free for the last 4+ years. Again, this is a true testament to the talent of our department heads to manage in accordance with state rules, regulations, and guidelines. I'm so blessed and appreciative and grateful to have worked for so many wonderful people throughout my career. I know I'll forget a few names, but it's important for me to acknowledge them as they all contributed to my success, and these names are not in any particular order. William Broughton, who prepared me for this position, was a true friend. Mayor Mohammed Hamidudin for his wisdom and insight and for taking a chance on me in 2018. Mayor James Dunleavy for his stable leadership, support, calming reason, and his true friendship. Mayor Jackie Cates for making Teaneck a priority through her leadership on council and age-friendly Teaneck. Jackie was also directly responsible for creating the Director of Human Resources position. My good friend, Mayor Paul Ostro, my confidant. I've known Paul since the early 80s and had dinner with him the other night, and just an incredible person. The late Mayor Lizette Parker for her vision to make Teaneck a better place to live. Deputy Mayor Henry Pruitt for the many late night talks and advice, and Dr. Pruitt woke me up many times, 10, 11, 12 o'clock at the night, just to talk. Deputy Mayor Deborah Veach for our venting sessions at Bishoff's. Councilwoman Jerron Romney Rice for her friendship and support to me as manager. Councilman Keith Kaplan for his help on many municipal projects. Councilman Yit Stern for his community leadership. Judge James Young, Giuseppe Randazzo, and Erica Jungblatt, who always demonstrate respect and fairness to everyone in our courtroom. Their sensitivity has allowed them to maintain the respect of our community and our police department. To my clergy friends, Rabbi Daniel Friedman, Father Joe D'Amico, and Reverend Daniel Mays, you both provided me and my family with the spiritual support and guidance to get through many difficult times. To our past and present legal team, Stan Turret's incredible person, Bill Rupp, Brian Cronick, John Chudanian, Reggie Jenkins, Mike Ash, Scott Salmon, and Tom Hanrahan. Thank you for always making Teaneck the priority and making sound legal decisions that protect our residents, council, and workforce. To all my friends on the advisory boards and commissions, too many to name, but you know who you are. Keep up the great work. You do a tremendous service for the township. To our union heads at the PBA, the SOA, FMBA, FOA, AFSCME, DPW, and the library, thank you for trusting me and working collaboratively to create and maintain a healthy work environment. To the current council, your support and trust in me as your manager means the world. You allowed me to do my job without interference and disruption, while giving me the necessary resources to accomplish many goals. You were fair, kind, and an incredible group of professionals who worked so hard to make Teaneck a better place to live. To Karen, Mark, and Ellie, you guys are my forever ride or die friends who never wavered. You always had my back, and I'm so appreciative of the loyalty and dedication shown to me and my family. Words cannot express my gratitude. Please know from the bottom of my heart, I will never forget that. To Tom Rowe, my deputy manager, you were the best employment decision I made as manager. Words cannot express my gratitude for your hard work, commitment, and dedication to the Township of Teaneck. You did such great, memorable work during the pandemic, which all of us will never forget. You're an incredible colleague, friend, husband, and father. I'll see you at the beach. And Tom just retired last Friday, heading down to South Carolina. There's also a few other special people I need to acknowledge who are the glue to this organization, and I consider them not only my colleagues, but trusted friends. We grew as an organization. We agreed to disagree on some decisions. We laughed together. We cried together, but through it all, we managed to do what's right for the for Teaneck and get the work done. They do incredible work, and I'm so proud to have them on my team. Police Chief Andrew McGurr, our CFO Isa Bassi, who's here tonight, our Deputy CFO Asisa Adamuni, Senior Payroll Clerk Carmelina Estevez, Superintendent of Recreation Glenna Crockett, Fire Chief Joe Birchtold, DPW Director Trevon Romeo, Superintendent of DPW Mike Sermabikian, DPW Supervisor Justin Pirelli, Construction Official Mark Bacchino, Health Officer Courtney Sartain, Court Administrator Craig Ferdinand, Library Director Shanae Hunt, Tax Assessor James Ty, Tax Collector Natalie Utno, our engineer Farron Arsalan Galani, our purchasing agent, Simona Cassian Serbu, our MIS coordinator, Andrew Fisher, deputy clerk, Kristen Denorchia, John McCallum, and the person with Red Bull running through his veins, our clerk, Doug Roussillon. And I have a very special relationship with Doug, being a Ringwood guy and me being a Ringwood guy too. So I brought Doug on 6 years ago, and he's done terrific work here in town. I've met many friends in the Teaneck community during my term as manager. It would take all night really to recognize each and every name, but I have to mention a few. Of course, my good friend, County Executive Jim Tedesco, County Commissioner Tracy Zura has always been incredibly supportive of Teaneck. State Senator Gordon Johnson, Senator Loretta Weinberg, Sandy Silverberg, Jane Irwin, Mickey Shalan. I see Mickey sitting in the audience tonight. Colonel John McGilchrist, Sergeant Major Roosevelt Sills, our poet laureate Scott Pleasance, of course, Bob and Joyce Giddens, Cheryl Hall, Jan Meyer, Judge Kevin Kelly, Congressman Josh Gottheimer, Michael Marin, Larry Bauer, Ray Turkin, David Sanzari, our County Prosecutor Mark Musella, Jack Tuyun, Robert Wilson, Steve Liberty, Robert Hunt, Anthony D'Angelo from the Board of Ed, Greg St. George, Avi Berliner. I see Avi Berliner here tonight, and all of my friends at the Teaneck Road Community Business Alliance, the Teaneck League of Women's Voters, the Environmental Commission, the PPRAB, the Cedar Lane Management Group, the Patriotic Observance Advisory Board, the Advisory Board on Community Relations, the Teaneck Chamber of Commerce, and my good friends at the Teaneck Garden Club. There were several people that kept not only me, but my staff on our toes. We were challenged many a times, but always rose to the occasion here in Teaneck. And some of those people, I see Howard Rose here tonight, Dr. Chuck Powers, and Alan Soam. There's two other people deserving a special recognition, and one is Ron Goodman, seated to my left. Ron is our volunteer cable caster. He's also a lieutenant of our auxiliary police force, and also works full-time in our township and our MIS department. And Ron puts in countless of hours in 2 volunteer positions. I don't know how he does it. I'm just so pleased and happy he's part of the organization. And the second person is my dear friend, Dr. Ken Hoffman, who suddenly passed away on April 9th. Ken did remarkable work for the township and was a considerate, generous, and caring person to many. And his legacy with Teaneck has been memorialized at the Sportsplex, as I mentioned earlier. We're going to have a little eulogy for him this coming Friday. And I promise I'm almost done. But in closing, for me, I never regret anything that has happened in my life. Why? Because it cannot be changed, undone, or forgotten. I always looked at it as a lesson learned and to move on. And next week, for the last time, I will repeat a practice I've been doing for many years. At the end of the day, I'll turn off the lights in my office and I'll walk down the terracotta steps in the municipal building, the same place I started my full-time career in 1984. But even though my time serving you as manager will be over, the memories will never leave me. They will nourish me every day of my life. I ask you to embrace this managerial change and welcome it as an opportunity for further improvement and positive community growth. Change is going to allow this organization to build on our continued success. To Jacqueline, my successor, you were chosen to be Teaneck's 9th municipal manager for a reason. I believe in you and council believes in you. There's absolutely no doubt in my mind that you will bring a high standard of professionalism, accountability, and responsible management to our workforce, to our governing body, and to the fine residents of Teaneck. As I go from 100 miles per hour every day for the past 4 decades to the 25-mile-per-hour speed limit of retirement, it's really my solemn wish, and I continue to pray that our actions as a community be guided by love, peace, unity, and respect. Thank you for the memories, Teaneck. I'm not saying goodbye because goodbye means going away, and going away means forgetting. My memories will last forever, as I will always call Teaneck my home. Thank you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. I wish everyone much happiness, good health, and Godspeed. Thank you.
Mr. Clerk, I make a motion to take a recess so we can have some cake with Dean.
Right, good show.
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye. The ayes have it.
Good, good.
All right.
And then we couldn't hear it either because they didn't. It's only me. You know, it's always good to see you girls. Always hanging with you. Good to see you. Look at our name. We're all good. Gotta do it, gotta do it. Which one, the Nina one? Oh, yeah. We couldn't hear anything. They were making the echo or whatever, so we couldn't hear anything.
And after that, now after that, one, good. Let me know, you got my card set, right? Let me know, in case I get all the time. That's the one meeting of the. Yeah. Well, 9 people here.
Good. What happened? No problem.
Check, 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 check. Folks in chambers, we are about to resume business. Please quiet on the set.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Our next order of business is our public hearing and adoption of ordinances. Mr. Clerk, can you please read the titles of the ordinances into the record?
With pleasure, Mayor. We have a few ordinances for second reading this evening. Ordinance number 10-2024, amending section 36-14 of Division 2 of Article 2 of Chapter 36, entitled Traffic of the Township Code, respecting parking on a portion of Cranford Place. We have ordinance number 11-2024, adopting rules and regulations related to chicken hens. We have ordinance number 12-2024, adopting rules and regulations related to retail, electronic, smoking, or vaping establishments. Last but not least, council, we have ordinance number 13-2024, authorizing the sale of an easement over certain property, a portion of block 4703, lot 4, as shown on the tax map of the township, owned by the township, not required for public purposes pursuant to NJSA 48:12-13, together with an assignment of rights contained within the cell tower leases on the subject property.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. The public hearing on these four ordinances and these four ordinances only are now open. Any member of the public wishing to be heard on any of these four ordinances will be called on and will state their full names for the record. Comments and questions will be limited to 3 minutes per person. If you are on Zoom, please list your first name and your last name if you want to be called on, and please turn on your camera when speaking. First up, we have Charlotte Castaño.
Hello, my name is Charlotte. I am a student at Whittier Elementary. I am here tonight to talk about chickens and why they should be allowed in Teaneck. 1, they eat lots of bugs that are pests in our neighborhoods, such as stink bugs, lanternflies, cicada bugs, and beetles, and also ticks. 2, chickens are sweet, fluffy pets that are great around kids. They are not noisy, which is a myth. 3, the last and best reason is we will have eggs that are truly fresh and local. Thank you for your attention, and please vote yes for chickens.
Thank you. Someone on Zoom, Doug?
Bringing in Jen Riley. Bringing in Jen Riley. Jen, you're free to unmute.
Thank you. Sorry about that. Hi. Yes, commenting on the backyard chickens ordinance. On the one hand, I think it's great for people to come into closer contact with chickens and learn that they're intelligent and sensitive creatures like your dogs or cats, rather than just food with legs. And this may encourage us to think harder on the terrible suffering chickens experience on factory farms and in slaughterhouses en route to our plates. But my friend's sister lives in Englewood and had backyard chickens as pets. And unfortunately, raccoons got into their coop and ate the birds, which was terribly traumatic for my nephews. And attracting raccoons and rodents into our yards is only one potential unintended consequence of backyard birds. According to USDA Animal and Planet Health Inspection Service, there have been 32 detections of highly pathogenic avian influenza in backyard flocks since February of 24. And from February 8th, article in Boston.com, a flock of birds contracted avian flu and died suddenly without exhibiting any symptoms in Essex County, according to state officials. With this in mind, the agency advises poultry owners, both backyard and commercial, to take extra measures to prevent domestic poultry and from having contact with wild birds, as well as their feathers and droppings. The avian flu has been circulating among the wild bird population, especially in wild waterfowl, the department noted. So TNEC has wisely banned the sale of dogs and cats, encouraging our residents to adopt from shelters rather than feeding an industry that that results in animals dying in shelters. But unfortunately, our ordinance, our town may go back to being part of the problem rather than the solution. According to the Humane Society of the United States, within city limits, roosters are generally not permitted as their crowing can disturb neighbors, and this creates the ethical conundrum because when chickens are purchased as young chicks, it's not possible to accurately determine their sex. So chicks purchased through the mail order or local supply farm outlets can be sold in groups and separated by sex, but since gender determination is inexact as the birds grow, families often find that they may have one or more male birds when they're expecting to only have females. So many of the young roosters are being relinquished to shelters and sanctuaries, and organizations are already overburdened with unwanted animals. And worse, these roosters may simply be abandoned or killed. And according to the statement of 10 farmed animal sanctuaries, most chickens purchased or are bought from hatcheries or feed stores, which feed store chicks originate from hatcheries. And hatcheries ship day-old birds through the Postal Service without any legal oversight. Young chicks are deprived of food and water for up to 72 hours and exposed to extreme temperatures. As Dr. Jean Cipher, a veterinarian specializing in avian medicine, states, a day-old chick can no more withstand 3 days in a dark, crowded box than any other newborn. And other experts in avian medicine agree. So anyway, I'd urge the council at a minimum, the backyard bird ordinance should require the adoption of adult birds from shelters or sanctuaries rather than the purchase of chicks. And I would urge the council to consider other animal welfare measures. You can visit tinyurl.tnexbirds.com/tnexbird for more information.
Thank you, ma'am. Your time is up. And before we move on to the next speaker, ma'am, with the sign, your sign is actually blocking the camera. Would you be willing to just move to another seat so that the camera is not blocked? Thank you. We did that side. Mr. Leon.
Good evening. I feel really fortuitous that this happened to be the same night as Dean's last night, which is why I made party hats. I have one for each of you if you'd like, Dean, especially you. This has been a long time coming, and I hope that you guys actually all intend to vote yes. If you do, thank you so much. I think that, it's telling that the people who speak against this haven't read it. And I've written it 5 times now, so I know exactly what's in there. And we have the most robust regulatory system of any municipality that's done this in Bergen County. And I can say that because I've read every single one of them. There's no reason to keep people from doing something that is clean and healthful and wholesome and earnest in this town, in their own properties, in the privacy of their backyards, to give their families an opportunity to learn, to give their families an opportunity to grow, to give their families an opportunity to eat the kind of food that we all would want our kids to eat. So with 4 years of doing this, I just urge you once again, please vote yes. And I'll give these to Doug to pass out.
Mr. Leon. Doug, someone on Zoom?
We have Ben S. Bringing in Ben S. Please state your name for the record. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Ben Strothman, and can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'd like to share an article from the Animal Legal Defense Fund. Urban chicken farming is old news at this point, but the mainstream media has been erupting with reports of the number of chickens recently flooding into animal shelters. From rooftops in Brooklyn to backyards in Portland, flocks of chickens are occupying a unique cultural space somewhere in between pets and sustenance providers for city-dwelling humans. But what's a new chicken owner to do when the adorable chirping balls of fluff grow beyond their egg-laying years, or even, surprise, grow into a rooster? The rise in shelter chickens can be attributed to the higher level of care and long-term commitment many first-time owners aren't prepared for. The biggest misconception is that raising the chickens yourself is a positive alternative to factory farming. But That isn't the whole story. Baby chicks are shipped from their origin hatcheries by mail, be it directly to their new owner or a local farming supply store. The shipping process can limit their ability to breathe and expose them to extreme temperatures. It's common to expect 1 or 2 chicks to arrive dead after their journey through the Postal Service, and it's not uncommon to destroy entire orders. And it is virtually impossible to distinguish male from female chicks, meaning new offers often unwittingly raise a rooster. Most municipalities have ordinances that disallow roosters entirely, meaning they must be given up or destroyed. The same goes for city-permitted hens that have moved past their egg-laying years. Considering that a healthy and happy hen can live at least a decade, the commitment to caring for them doesn't end when their egg production does. Raising chickens is not as bucolic as the trend suggests, and isn't a hobby to be entered into casually. Chickens are sensitive, high-maintenance animals, not just egg-laying machines, and their adoption should be entered into thoughtfully. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Sandy.
Sandy Silverberg. I'm doing this, I'm half afraid because sitting behind me is somebody with dozens of eggs, and I'm afraid I'm going to be the recipient of an egg, not where I want it. I'd like to speak against the ordinance. I laid this out a long time ago, so it's in the record, what I've had to say before, and I hope that you are going to vote against it. I think Teaneck is in a mood right now to not quite know what it wants to be. Does it want to be a city? Does it want to be a township? Or does it want to be a farm? I don't know, but if some of the backyards, all joking aside, are not very large, so that if there are chickens, let's assume 3 out of the 4 have chickens, it's very unpleasant for people. It brings vermin. There's no denying it. So I hope that you're planning to vote against the chicken ordinance. If you want my full position, you'll look it in the record and see it. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandy. Someone on Zoom, Doug?
Bettina Hempel. Bringing in Bettina Hempel.
So,
or please state your name for the record.
my name is Thibaut Gilbert. I am Bettina Hempel's son, and I am speaking for the chicken ordinance. Chickens can be as great as pets as dogs and cats. You just have to get them at a very young age. And the best way to get chickens is to go get them at a farm. You don't have to get them shipped by mail because of the multiple reasons stated before me. So chickens aren't just there for laying eggs. They can be there as pets for emotional support or just for children that want a good pet to have. And yes, pets do lay eggs as a surplus, which is great. So you have multiple fresh eggs every morning. So there are a lot of reasons that chickens are great. And a few things that people have been saying is that chickens carry multiple diseases, but dogs can carry almost really close to as many pests as chickens. So for things like pests attracted to chickens, that should not be one of the reasons stated by people against chickens. That is it.
Thank you very much. Someone on this side about the 4 ordinances? No. Andrea?
Hi, yes, I'm Andrea Schuman, and I brought everybody a little present, a little token.
Thank you.
So I am in support of backyard chickens. I have a little bit of an egg habit. I did not have to ask for any of these cartons, and I donated like 60 more of those, like, I don't know, not that long ago. I go through a lot of eggs. I wish I could like barter with neighbors and like they can give me their eggs and I can bring them like my cannas that I bulbed from seed, like I grew from seed. I want this community to have, we put up with a lot of noise. Chickens are quiet. I hear lots of noise all the time, from blowers and mowers and the street being cleaned. Thank you, Dean. And also, the garbage trucks coming by every day because we don't have our own TNF garbage, but that's okay. I listen to it. And I get along with my neighbors, and I think that chickens would get along just fine too. So I hope everyone does vote yes for chickens. This group deserves it. The families deserve it. The kids deserve it. I think a lot of the worries are just fears. Animals are a commitment. There's no doubt about that. I have 2 dogs, actually 2 guinea pigs right now too. So I'm not going to be taking on any chickens myself yet, but I definitely support it for all of my TNC residents, friends, family. Thank you all for listening to this long speech about chickens. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Miss Doug. Someone on Zoom?
Roberto Kwan, free to unmute. You have 3 minutes, my friend.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. Well, thank you. I am so sorry that I couldn't attend in person tonight. As stated before, I am Roberto Kwan, and I am pretty much a lifelong Teaneck resident. And I just wanted to join in here tonight in hoping that the council votes in ordinance number 10, and that's the parking restriction on Cranford Place. I'm here on behalf of all the affected residents on Cranford, and I just last time that during the last meeting, I stated why this was so important. It does improve the public safety for the residents on Cranford. What I was unable to do last time is to thank the council for its consideration of this ordinance. And while I realize that the council has many larger issues to deal with, this is a type of small mundane issue that really does improve the quality of life of the residents. And that's what you're there to do. And I just wanted to thank you, not only on my behalf, but on behalf of the residents on Cranford Place. And I especially wanted to thank the mayor for really spearheading this, really listening to the issue. This is really grassroots stuff, and that's really what you're there to do. So I just wanted to thank each and every one of you for taking this into such serious consideration. And with that, I will yield the rest of my time. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Anyone in chambers? Mr.
I want to start off by saying I probably wouldn't want chickens. But I don't think that we should make or put your votes based on whether or not you want one or want chickens. My brother had chickens. There was no, no mess, no sounds, it's a very easy pet to have, and also does bring eggs, the benefit of having eggs and eggs that what the source is, eggs that you buy in the store. It's always kind of a question mark what you're getting. It's a long story with that. But I want to just encourage you folks to not vote based on whether or not you want chickens, but based on whether or not you want to stop other people from having chickens. There's a lot of good reasons to do that, and I want to encourage you to go ahead and vote yes on that.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Come on, Zoom, Doug.
Ben Sandler, bringing in Ben Sandler.
Hi, Ben Sandler, Teaneck resident. Thank you for bringing up this ordinance for a vote. Wanted to thank Jesse Leon also for pushing this for so long. It actually is the reason I first came to a council meeting. It's something that's brought people together across different sub-communities in Teaneck, which is certainly something we could use more of now. So I would encourage you to vote for it. Something that will bring us together as neighbors and bring us closer to the earth. People have brought up some concerns. There's always good things to be concerned about. In terms of noise, my backyard neighbors have 5 big, loud dogs. I already live in a zoo. It's it's just part of being part of a community. And don't let all these concerns get in the way of people wanting to explore this way of connecting again to each other and to nature. So please don't be chicken. Vote for the ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Kaplan.
Keith Kaplan, Teaneck resident. Just wanted to mention a brief history of the chickens in Teaneck. Starting in 1930, our first town manager comes in. He had big shoes to fill in those days. 16,000 people live in town. By 1936, in April 6th, the minutes show that the people came and asked for a ordinance banning chickens in a rule only our attorney could appreciate. They wanted to ban them in Class A. We only had 3 classes of zoning back then. A were the residences, but they couldn't figure out how to ban them in Class A if they were going to be allowed in Class B. How are they unhealthy in Class A, but they're allowed in Class B? People keep arguing about it. They keep going back and forth. The poultry was therefore banned in the entire town. That was in the late 30s. It was not a unanimous vote. So Mr. Leon's got that working for him. Since the 30s, there have been several attempts to undo the ban. The first significant one was April 20th, 1943. It did not work. The Lower Teaneck Civic Association, in case you think that random named groups are a new phenomenon over here, tried to get the council to repeal or rescind any ordinances that had to do with the keeping of chickens. Motion was made, but didn't quite make it. In more recent day, January 9th, 2014, Adam Gusson, being deputy mayor on this day, has tried to bring the chickens back to Teaneck, which not only failed, but resulted in one of the funniest videos ever posted for political fun. The chickens in Teaneck have an absolutely crazy history. When Paul Volcker, I spoke to his son shortly before his son passed away, and he said that when his dad was retiring after 20 years as manager here, he said one of the first memories he had was dealing with, Teaneck, because we've always been like this. And there was a guy who brought a chicken into this room, and he kept the chicken under his coat. And anytime the manager tried to talk, he would squeeze the chicken. And chaos erupted literally here in this room. Dean? This place has always had a certain flavor. Chicken is, yeah. I wish you the best of luck. There is absolutely no way half the people won't hate you for this decision, and there are some cute ones that'll appreciate it.
Thank you, sir. Doug, someone on Zoom?
I have Michael Kladsky.
Hey, good evening, everyone. I'm here tonight to talk about chickens. First off, I also want to address the council. You should approve this ordinance as presented. I have watched for 2 years now, it feels like, that we've been talking about chickens over and over again. I think that this particular ordinance addresses all the needs to regulate chickens. I mean, not only properly, but it goes above and beyond. It regulates 3 feet per square foot per chicken. It talks about that we need to have 25 feet from a structure for any chicken coop. And I just want to talk about this. You know, I've kind of shied away from this chicken issue for a while, but years ago, I was working for the New York City Department of Transportation, and I worked on a study, the Southeast Queens Transportation Study. And one of the places I went to go visit was Meadowmere. It's a little neighborhood south of Howard Beach, kind of tucked away in the Rockaways. And I was like, this is New York City. And there were hundreds of chickens just walking around front yards, in the street, just hanging out. And I had a question, why is this illegal here? You know, Teaneck has like this really bizarre rule about we ban chickens, but it seems to work everywhere else. Why does it work everywhere else but not here? It seems that maybe this is an us problem. To all the other folks who spoke before me to talk about all the different issues about, you know, avian viruses and different things and different nuisances and so on, why does everyone else figure it out besides us? Everyone else figures it out besides us. You know, we can do this. Our health officer, they're you know, they have a set of rules. They know what they're doing. Don't question them. You know, if this isn't a unique, special condition that's, you know, unique to Teaneck. If they can regulate chickens on balconies in Manhattan, they can regulate them in backyards in Teaneck. I implore you all on the council to vote yes tonight. Thank you.
Klatsky, Mr. Yup.
Biak, Teaneck resident. So I've always often ended my talks here at the council meeting saying, let them have chickens. And again, I'll tell you, please let them have chickens. There's nothing wrong with chickens. My uncle had chickens in the backyard in Philadelphia where it was illegal, but he had them anyway. They didn't bother anybody. He never got cited. Nobody complained. I used to visit him all the time. I never really saw the chickens. I just once or twice maybe, and he enjoyed having them. I don't think I'll have them, although I wish we had they were allowed when my kids were growing up. I think I would have had them. I think I have a little bit of that kind of farmer in me. So I'm just here to tell you to please support the ordinance and let's get that over with and move on. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Yuck. Someone on Zoom, Doug?
I have Carrie. Please
Hi.
unmute. Oh, hi, Carrie. 3 minutes.
What?
3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. So I think like backyard chickens sound really lovely. But like I have a friend who has, just because someone else spoke about having a friend with some chickens, I also have a friend with chickens. He lives like in the middle of Pennsylvania, surrounded by woods, and it works for him. It works for him because he is just kind of alone out there. I mean, his neighbor is maybe like half a mile away from him. Yeah, it works for him in like his environment. And I'm thinking about Teaneck, and you know, someone's bringing up like rats and rodents, but I think I'm more focused on like the chicken poop and how I'm not imagining like little kids playing with it, but just how it may get into our water system and how in the past when we've had flooding in Teaneck, when we've had flooding through people's houses, if people became homeless from that, I can't imagine what the damage is going to be like if there is toxic runoff within our water systems. So that's just something to consider before moving forward with like any kind of decision making. That's it. Thank you. That, and it's kind of like chickens are noisy. People don't even clean up after their dogs and cats. So I can't imagine how people with limited experience with being on a farm, being surrounded by farm animals, would be able to handle chickens. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Miss?
Hi, I'm Michelle Squitieri, and I just I was just here because I was helping support my mother, and I'm not used to coming out to these meetings, but I just happened to come in and see some friends here with some signs legalizing backyard chickens, and I agree with them. We love eggs, and I have a big family, and it is getting very expensive to support. But what I want to say is that we've had every animal in our house growing up. We've had dogs, cats, birds, goats. We had every animal, but my kids haven't had any animals, and they were. I don't know why this is. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm not used to this. Okay, so growing up, my children haven't had any animals, but I think it's a great experience for children. I mean, we have them in classrooms. We have baby chicks, in kindergarten, whatever. But if we can have any other animal growing up, why can't we have chickens? And even though I probably won't raise any chickens in my backyard, I say like the other guy, let them have chickens. What's the problem? What is the holdup? And there's all kinds of things out there. So to be scared about whatever, this flu or that flu, they come and go, let them have chickens. Thank you.
Thank you, Miss. Doug, someone on Zoom? Mr. Vatsky. And Miss, if you could just not block the camera, please.
Okay, can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay. If I had, I would write a chicken history of Teaneck. Teaneck was a farm town. Teaneck had farms, Teaneck had cows, Teaneck had chickens. And I'm not afraid of chickens. But if you don't pass this silly little chicken law, it'll sound like Teaneck is afraid of chickens. You don't want to be known as that. There's 600 towns in Teaneck. You'll sweep the newspapers. Teaneck endorses chickens. And there's sense in this. Let me explain, I hope. They mentioned kids. I think young kids would love to have chickens. We're in the land of AI and Zoom and all the other things that amount where kids can be like in a container. That's not true. Okay. And we're going to deny the kids the experience. We can have a dog, we can have a cat, but a 3-pound chicken, And too many people have said to me, you settle them in a decent size area and you have it. Furthermore, I lived on eggs for a week when in this town we had a blizzard. I had no electric power for 8 days. Because I was in Virginia, a friend of mine gave me a week's worth of chicken eggs. And I had gas, and every day he ate my eggs. So in terms of survivability, in terms of environment, in terms of educating our children, and it's showing that we have some courage, let's go with the chickens. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Baskey. Mr. Rubenstein?
Alan Rubenstein, Teaneck resident. There appears to be a slight drafting mistake in the chicken ordinance that should be fixed prior to voting to approve it. 25-foot mandated setback in section 6.5 C3E/1 applies to the doors and windows of any dwelling or occupied structure. That would include the applicant's own property. The language states all coops and runs shall not be situated less than 25 feet from any dwelling or occupied structure. There's no exception in that provision from the applicant's own house. On a practical level, it will make it extremely difficult for anyone to comply with the requirements in the ordinance unless you have a really large rear yard. Please note that section 6.5 C9F contains an exception for the owner's dwelling for the mandated 25-foot setback, and section 3E contains an exception for the owner's dwelling on sketches submitted to the township. Nonetheless, there is no way of knowing which section or requirement controls whether the applicant's own house is exempt or included in the 25-foot setback. I would respectfully request that the council fix the ordinance before voting on it. Fixing it is rather easy, as it would just require adding 5 words in subsection I. You can just call it a Scrivener's error. The real benefit, however, of the chicken ordinance is that it resolves the age-old question, what comes first, the chicken, or in the case of Teaneck, the ADU? What does it have to do with the ADU? Chickens provide the foolproof method to anyone who doesn't want an ADU abutting their property. All you need to do is install a coop, pay a $25 annual fee, and your neighbor can never build an ADU within 25 feet of your coop or your property line if your sketch shows that your chickens will be on your property. By getting a chicken permit, you will have created a pre-existing conforming condition for an approved accessory structure that will preclude an ADU with its windows and doors within 25 feet of that approved coop. The best part is you don't even have to get the chickens. All of this can be fixed. It's just a simple drafting error that should be fixed prior to adoption, and it should be adopted. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else in chambers who want to talk about these 4 ordinances? No? Doug, did you say this? Someone on Zoom? Okay.
Check. Check.
T, please state your name for the record and unmute.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear. Please state your name for the record.
Hi, I'm Ti. I'm here speaking in favor of the chickens. I don't see why the town still hasn't allowed for us to have chickens. We have, well, people have owned chickens for so long that many of the precautions that people are discussing have been remediated, as far as like the smell of the chicken poop. They have systems called the deep litter system where you have no smell for up to a year. I'm an avid gardener. I've been gardening for 5 years now. After that is done, it's composted and goes right back into the soil. It's just one of the next levels of, sustaining your family on good organic foods. As far as, chickens in the mail, I completely understand that, but we live right close to a thriving farm town, Pennsylvania. You could go over there and get the chickens. There's also places close by here in New Jersey that you could go and get the chickens. Anything that comes up, I feel like we're all adults. We could totally do that remediation ourselves. I have a compost system where, because I was using it on the ground, it attracted rodents. I took that compost system up. I reworked the composting system or framework, and I now have it off ground in a barrel, and that took care of the issue. I don't see why, because we're, speaking of unknowns, we can't give it a try, and if something comes up, figure it out. So hopefully we can do that with the chickens and move forward with passing this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you, Miss. No one else on Zoom, right, Doug? Anyone else in chambers want to talk about these 4 ordinances? Seeing no hands.
Sorry, one sec. I do have Robin Hood on Zoom.
Yeah,
Please state your name for the record if that's not your name.
yeah, it's not my name. My name is Ray Robbins, so thank you for the time. So I've been around animals for a long time. I've grown up on a farm. I've been around chickens. I know them very well. I was one of the directors at the world's highest accredited farm sanctuary from the Global Federation of Animal Sanctuaries. One of the things that we keep talking about, or I keep hearing, is like our right to own other animals, and we should be able to do this. Bear in mind, so many people think it's a great idea to own a dog or a cat, and we slaughter 4.5 million of those every year. One of the things that we get inundated with in every animal sanctuary, which is far too few, is the request to take in chickens because they become too noisy. They're extremely smelly. They produce a tremendous amount of manure. The amount of disease that is available to us as humans through them is increasing all the time. I mean, the reality is the mortality rate of bird flu is roughly about 50% when COVID was 0.6%. So these are things that we really have to be mindful about. It's extremely unhealthy. People are more than welcome to eat it, but you get just as much protein in 23 almonds. And instead of feeding our chickens grain, why don't we just eat the grain ourselves? It's ridiculous, because what we're doing also is we're teaching children that animals, it's okay to stuff an animal in a tiny cage for its entire life, a tiny cage in wire. Of course, raccoons, every kind of cat and everything else that's around that's coming after them, attacking them, hawks, everything like that. They're stuck in the cage and they're scared to death. But as I mentioned earlier, we get absolutely inundated. You can call any animal sanctuary in anywhere, but especially around the area, a couple hours circumference from the city, and you'll find every single one of us complaining extensively about how many people think it's a great idea to own chickens, and then when the novelty wears off, they get the short end of the stick. Also, by the way, the gentlelady who just shared before about you can go buy your chickens in Pennsylvania and wherever, the reality is that they only sell females, very few males. All the other males, they are immediately macerated and ground up and put into the bone meal that everyone in the feathers that they like to use for fertilizer. This is as a result of using eggs. It's absolutely unnecessary. It's absolutely unhealthy. It's the highest form of cholesterol. We can get everything else that we need out of foods that don't require chickens, and it's extremely intrusive. And again, we're teaching and allowing kids and normalizing animal abuse. We would never stuff any one of our animals into a cage the size that we do the chickens. And I appreciate your time, and I hope that we do vote against this.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Anyone else in chambers or on Zoom?
Benny Reiner, please unmute. Benny Reiner. Check.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, do we want to extend the meeting for 30 minutes?
Yeah, thank you. You making a motion? I'll
Make the
second
motion to
it.
extend the meeting.
All those in favor, please say aye. Let's have it.
You're up, Benny.
Thanks for giving me the time. My name is Benny Reiner. I've been a Teaneck resident for about 13 years, and I say go for it. Chickens all the way. I've been with Mr. Leon on this for a very long time, and I feel like it's just time to run with it and let people have their backyard chickens. And hey, if you don't like chickens, that's cool. Like, you don't have to have chickens. I think this is a very smart and sensible ordinance, and we should pass it. One thing is just don't let Philly chickens in. Philly chickens would destroy our town. But other than that, all good. Go chickens. Let's do it.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else, Doug?
I have Michael Rockland.
Hi, everybody. You guys hear me? I'm going to assume yes. can't hear anything.
Yes, we can hear you, Mike. Sorry.
Oh, you're all good. I just wanted to call in tonight to talk about two ordinances. Number one is the situation on the street, Cranford by the high school. I want to thank the council for taking the needs of the residents there seriously as it comes to both the quality of life, the car traffic, and how it's going to affect pedestrians walking on that street. That's one of the, underratedly busiest streets in Teaneck, being right there near the high school. So thank you for taking that seriously. And I want to connect that to something somebody brought up about, are we a township? Are we looking to be farmland? Are we looking to be a city? And I think that kind of analysis of our situation here in town reflects a lack of imagination about what our town could be if we take the right steps to pull from the best of all the different ways we live, whether it's the vibe we get in our houses, in our communities that are so strong and so diverse, whether it's the great parts about living in a city, amenities, walkability, density, and its potential positive impacts both on the economy and the environment, and then the good parts about living in a place where we are connected to nature, where we are connected to not just the land, not just our food sources, but really all of the world of the universe, seeing the whole lifespan of where our food comes from, chickens, eggs, which came first. We can philosophize about that for hours and hours, and I'm sure that my 4-year-old is going to be very excited to play with some chickens. So I urge you to pass the ordinance regarding chickens and keep your minds open to make Teaneck the unique and special and best place it can be. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else, Doug? All right, this public hearing is closed. Does anyone on council want to say anything? Ms. Belcher, I see you pushing the button. No? Oh, no. All right, my bad. Would you like the floor? Okay, please feel free. Yeah.
So I'm going to just kind of start by just saying that I really feel like if there was, if I knew that it only took some cute kids to come in and to speak on an ordinance and it would really kind of move the hearts and minds, then I think that we could probably do a lot more business because we have adorable kids in our community. That being said, regarding the chicken ordinance, it probably will pass. But I just want to go on record as to say, my grandfather owned a 450-acre farm in Abbeville, Alabama. And every year, several times, my parents would take us there. And there were hundreds of chickens. So much so that I kind of grew up knowing their, how they smell and how they live and so on and so forth. I just have an issue with knowing that we're dealing with 5,000 square foot lots, maybe 10,000 square foot lots, housing chickens. And yes, they are adorable, but they attract rodents, wildlife, foxes, raccoons. I believe a caller called in about an incident in Englewood where raccoons came and consumed the chickens. So all I would say is this, that I cannot see our town in the branding that we're looking to put forth, chickens as being a part of it for me. So I'm probably going to vote no for it, but I just want you to know why, okay? I feel that it's important that we address a lot of other issues that we have in our township, that we can use the same amount of energy and efforts that can really help to solve for those problems. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Belcher. Anyone else on council want to say anything? Yes, Ms. Organ.
Scott, did you have an answer about the question to the language?
I now have too many mics. Okay. It's really a question about whether what the council wants to do. If the council wants to restrict it to 25 feet within the owner's property or not. I understand Mr. Rubenstein's, perspective on whether it's confusing or not. I don't, personally think it's confusing, but I think it's really just a choice of what the council wants to do.
So the language you're okay with the language? It means that the owner of the house who owns the chickens can have the coop up against their home. It's 25 feet from the neighbors.
Well, currently the way it's set out, it's that it's a 25-foot minimum from the owner's property as well. If-
So that should not be.
If it's up to the council. If
Okay.
the
And
council
you-
wants to exclude that, we can add the 5 words or so that Mr.
And you
Rubenstein read.
agree it's a Scribner's error?
If that was the intent of the council, then yes.
Okay, and can we poll council and see if everyone's okay with that?
Sure. So then this change would clarify the language that it would if we change the language to what was suggested, then you would not be you would be able to put a chicken coop or run within the 25 feet of your own property. Keep the language as is would require that you maintain the 25-foot barrier from the owner's own property. Does that make more sense? Or from their own. So the neighbors would be unaffected by this change. If we change it, there's currently in the language, it requires 25 feet from the property owners, their own house. If we change this, that 25-foot requirement would be gone, and they would be able to put it essentially up against their house if they so wanted.
I would think that it's probably in the neighbor's best interest to allow us to be closer to the person who has the chicken's own house. So I think we should change it to bring it closer, letting further from the neighbors.
Okay. We would just need a motion to amend this.
So that was a motion.
I'll second it. Slight change.
I got it. I got language. Yeah.
Yes, indeed. So that was a first from Deputy Mayor Katz and a second from Mayor Pagan. On that amendment upon adoption, Councilman Schwartz, Councilwoman Belcher. This is just on the amendment, not the actual.
Y'all vote for that, yes.
It's a yes, and we have Councilwoman Goldberg,
Yes.
Councilwoman Organ,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Katz,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor G,
Yes.
Mayor Pagan.
Yes.
It is indeed amended.
Does anyone else have anything they want to say?
Yes,
Ms. Organ.
and then on the ordinance, I don't know if someone wants to make a motion to approve, but for discussion, I'll make the motion on the ordinance, and then if there's a second, just on discussion.
Talk about all 4 ordinances?
Yeah, sure. Okay, so on the chickens, I spoke to the health officer, and there have been 5 complaints in Englewood in total. A few of them were for people that were housing roosters, which would be illegal. And a couple of them were for chickens that were running around unsupervised, which would be illegal according to this ordinance also. Otherwise, there were no other complaints about chickens. And that's in the municipality closest to us.
All right, we have a first and a second to approve all 4 ordinances, Mr. Clerk.
You pull.
Yeah, you can pull if you want to pull something.
Yeah, this is, so now what we're doing, council, just, because we had some dialogue here, just for everyone's understanding in the public, we are now considering all ordinances for adoption. We just handled an amendment on ordinance number 11. And, we had a first from Councilwoman Organ and a second from Councilman Schwartz on the adoption of all these ordinances. Councilman Schwartz,
Yes and all.
Councilwoman Belcher, yes, ma'am. We have Councilwoman Belcher. Councilwoman Goldberg. Sorry.
Yes to all.
Councilwoman Organ.
Yes to all.
Deputy Mayor Katz.
Yes, tall.
Deputy Mayor G.
Yes to all.
Mayor Pagan.
Yes to all 4 ordinances.
Stop.
All right, thank you, Mr. Clerk. Our next order of business is good and welfare. Any member of the public wishing to be heard at this time will be called on and will state their full names for the record. Comments shall be limited to 3 minutes per person. If you are on Zoom, please list your first name and your last name if you want to be called on. And please turn your camera on when speaking. Thank you. Someone on this side, Ms. Rogovan.
Paula Rogovan. I don't know if this is working. The Teaneck Council passed a resolution on October 17th, and we know there has been so much division among Teaneck residents. While the focus on town issues is so important, development, parks and playgrounds, so many other things, the passage of the ordinance of the resolution on October 17th tore our town apart. Since October 7th, more than 37,000 people in Gaza have been killed, at least 17,000 of them children. Many thousands of people are still buried under the rubble. Many are facing starvation. There are still hostages or political prisoners, however we want to call them. People all over the world are calling for a ceasefire. I believe it's time for the Teaneck Town Council to pass a resolution calling for an immediate ceasefire in Gaza. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Golan. Someone, Dougie's not here. Someone on Zoom?
I have Chuck Powers queued up.
Good evening, Council. First place, I want to say that it is absolutely amazing that in 2024, in this resolutely diverse township, we could be having to say goodbye to a manager who probably has the allegiance and support of almost all residents in this town. It's really quite impressive. We just hope, we're anxious about it. We certainly hope that our new manager will be as concerned about the entire set of views and the majority of the views that emerge as we try to figure out the really tough issues, certainly including development in this town. I want to ask a question, though, about two resolutions. First is the one to appoint Jacqueline Hashmat. Routinely, every time we actually give anybody, even a consultancy, we give them a employment contract. And yet in this resolution, we're not doing that. We state a few provisions that will be involved in that appointment. And then we say that all necessary township officials are hereby authorized to implement this resolution and execute any documents necessary in connection therewith. I certainly hope it is the intention of this township to make available whatever employment contract this township has with our manager, and I believe that should have been provided, as it almost always is in respect of any other major appointment in the agenda for tonight. Secondly, I want to go to Resolution 179, where in fact the township, for some strange reason, and we need to have an explanation before you folks vote on this, is actually going to approve $40,000 for invoices, most of which were received very recently in May, as a matter of fact, for charges that are not done within the last month by one of the law firms here in Hackensack, who provided us a planning board attorney. But in fact, what we're going to do is give that firm $40,000 on the basis of invoices that go back all the way to 2018. We need an explanation. We are certainly not in a situation in this town right now, since we don't, we can't get anywhere near a budget, to go ahead and start making additional payments to people without major explanation. I've been all through those resolutions. Invoices, it's not there, folks.
Thank you, Dr. Powers. Thank you, sir. Someone on this side, Carol?
Hi, my name is Darrell Green, Teaneck resident, and I just wanted to say I hope the town proceeds with caution as it relates to ADUs. Our town, we know we need revenue. And on one side, we say we don't want these massive buildings because of traffic. However, if we have ADUs, and let's say we have 3% or 2% in a town of 40,000, you're talking about potentially more than 1,000 households. And I'm assuming each household that has an ADU and someone is moving in is going to have another vehicle. We were up in arms with Alfred Avenue, that massive complex that had 200 and some odd units. If that ADU is approved, you're talking about potentially 1,000 or more cars just on a small fraction. And then we have to look at the expense to the homeowner for having an ADU. And I'm very concerned with what would happen in my area, the Northeast, because I feel that that area could be a target for investors to turn that area into an investor's dream, which you can maximize the revenue because of all the space. So let's proceed with caution with that. I know we need revenue, but I don't think the ADUs are there yet. Let's look at the other municipalities, Montclair. Let's study it. Let's see where this goes, and let's not be in a rush to make a mistake. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Green. Doug, someone on Zoom?
Jen Montag.
Hi, can you hear me?
Ma'am.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi.
Yes, we can hear
Hi,
you.
Jennifer Montag, 20-year resident of Teaneck. Good evening, council members, Manager Kaczynski, new manager Hashmat. Doug, how's it going? I've been living on the corner of Grayson Place and Prince Street for the past 11 years. The intersection of Grayson and Prince is a dangerous one, and I have witnessed the aftermath of too many accidents in those 11 years, including 2 in just the last couple of weeks. There have been many, many, many more near misses. There's a stop sign on Prince, but not on Grayson, and cars tend to hurtle down the hill at alarming speeds. I am fearful every time I pull out of my driveway. There are several school and camp buses that stop at this corner, and I worry that those buses with their children on them will be hurt. Many teens cross this intersection on their way to and from the high school. I worry for them too. I have made previous requests for a 4-way stop sign at this corner, hoping that would slow down traffic, make it easier to pull onto Grayson from Prince after stopping, and avoid more accidents, but that's been denied. It's been brought to my attention that perhaps I'm asking for the wrong thing. Instead of a 4-way stop, I'm requesting a study be done to determine the best option for making this corner safe, because right now it's not safe. So thank you in advance for your consideration, and please vote yes on the chicken ordinance.
Thank you, Miss. Sir?
David Montag, that was my wife. Also a 20-year resident of Teaneck, and I also live at the corner of Grayson and Prince. And like her, I'm here to ask for a study. I think that a 4-way stop sign is probably feasible because there is a stop sign on Grayson 1 block up on Red Road. But cars come flying down Grayson towards Teaneck Road. It's very difficult to see when you're pulling out of Prince. And just in the last 2 weeks, there have been 2 accidents that I know of. While I'm sitting in my house doing work, you hear the bang, you go outside, and all of our neighbors come out and say, what a shame, we need a 4-way stop. So please take a look at that. Welcome. That could be your first order of business. And thank you, Dean.
Thank you, sir. Doug, someone on Zoom?
Karan G.
Good evening, everybody. How is everybody? Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
All right, Kwan G, Teaneck resident. I just wanted to take a moment to thank the council members that attended the Juneteenth committee silent walk this past Saturday. In attendance, we had Mayor Pagan, Deputy Mayor G, Councilwoman Belcher in Oregon, as well as Councilman Schwartz. So thank you. Also, a special thanks to our town clerk, Doug, as well as the town manager, Dean Kaczynski, for all of your assistance coordinating as you always do every year. So on behalf of the Juneteenth Committee of TNEC, I'd also like to remind and invite everyone to the Juneteenth flag raising tomorrow. It will be at the Votee Park Sportsplex at noon. Finally, and certainly not least, I just want to take a second to thank Dean for all his years of service and hard work for the benefit of our township. I know our new manager certainly has some big shoes to fill, and I'm sure she'll be great. But I was happy to hear that Dean was willing to stay on as a consultant through the end of the year to assist with the transition. Sorry for the background. It's a little chaotic over here. Deputy Mayor G is at the council meeting, so I'm flying solo. But I think it was a prudent decision by council to keep Dean on through the end of the year. So basically, Dean, enjoy your retirement, man. Hopefully you can transition from managing the township to managing more important things like your golf swing and whatever else you deem important in your retirement. So best of luck to you. By the way, I also agree that we need to address the situation at Grayson and Prince. I've witnessed, countless accidents at that corner over the years. So it's something we need to look at. Also fully supports the chicken ordinance. So vote for that. And with that, I will say good night. And as always, please don't keep my wife out too late. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. G. Someone on this side, Ms. Layla Graham.
Hi, my name is Layla, Teaneck resident. To my Black brothers and sisters here in Teaneck, who like myself are descendants of enslaved Africans, I pose this question. What does it mean to celebrate Juneteenth in a town that openly supports the racist, fascist state of Israel? What does it mean to celebrate Juneteenth in a state in which our people face insurmountable systemic racism? New Jersey has one of the nation's highest racial wealth disparities between white and Black households. In New Jersey, we're 5 times more likely to be victims of police brutality. We're 12 times more likely to be incarcerated compared to white folks who commit the same exact crime. The ratio of Black to white children locked up in New Jersey is 29-1. Last council meeting, we heard so many of our neighbors emphasize how harmful the apartment development on Alfred Ave is to their quality of life, only for this council to dismiss it as a project that has already been approved by their predecessors. Isn't this Teaneck business though? Aren't these the type of things that certain Teaneck council members and residents insist we focus on instead of international affairs? I mention all this to point out that what is happening in occupied Palestine and what has happened and what is happening here are not unrelated. I have listened for years as Black residents bring up legitimate concerns only to be dismissed by this town's leadership. As a resident of this town, I have many local issues I would love to bring to this council, but if I cannot address something as basic as condemning genocide without being harassed and threatened, then what good is it bringing up other issues? Colonial constructs often praise and romanticize liberation movements and figures. We're all witnessing a moment in history in which decades from now, those who support fascism will claim to have been opposed to it all along. Slavery was once legal, as was segregation. The Black codes were written into law. Freedom fighters like Nelson Mandela were considered terrorists. The Black Panther Party was considered a terrorist organization by our government. Dr. Martin Luther King was shot in the head. And yet, now they are celebrated as examples of American progress. I suggest folks do some basic research into Palestine. Look into where the Zionist occupation derives their racism and genocidal ideals from. On this eve of Juneteenth, I teach my children that our liberation is directly tied to the liberation of the Palestinian people, because the system that enslaved our ancestors inspires the very entity that slaughters and tortures Palestinians in their land today. Juneteenth should be more than an empty symbolic gesture to pander to the Black community. It should be about restitution and reparations to our people. Happy Juneteenth and free Palestine.
Someone on Zoom, Doug?
I got Michael Rothman. I have Michael Rothman on Zoom. Mike, give us a minute. Mike, you're free to unmute 3 minutes.
Looks like my video is not working, so sorry about that. I get up here tonight on Zoom, like I do at most council meetings, to talk to you about street safety. And I'm glad to see and hear other residents bringing up the same kinds of issues that if we take them seriously, we can really address. At Grayson and Prince, what we have is a situation that we all know is unsafe. One of the council members on social media, possibly even two of the council members, have been aware of this for many years at that specific intersection. And we have the option as a town to dedicate real resources, not just to do a study and then put that study in our back pocket, but to do a study and proactively find what the right solutions are for these intersections, for these roads where we know that there are problems. Now, that's not going to be an easy undertaking, but it is an undertaking that we really can do. Whether that means that we increase our daylighting at intersections, whether that means that we paint stripes like we did on Sussex and Garrison to narrow the road, whether that means installing mini roundabouts, stop for pedestrian signs, or if it is the right thing to do, install a four-way stop. We should be pursuing all of these challenges. Now, just this week, I noticed that the Teaneck Police Department had decided to enforce one of our traffic laws. And they had big signs up on Cedar Lane and on Teaneck Road about this traffic law that they were going to be enforcing with rigor with a $250 sign. And just today, I saw 25 people breaking this law. Now, it might surprise you to hear that the law is that you may not ride bicycles on the sidewalk, and that the majority of the people breaking this law were children or teenagers. Now, the reason teenagers and children are riding their bikes on the sidewalk is because our streets are not safe for them to ride in. There is no bicycle infrastructure for them to ride in. And so they end up on the sidewalks. Unfortunately, we have a blanket rule in our code, which states that bicycles may not be ridden on the sidewalk. I urge council to investigate how we can improve our bicycle infrastructure and pedestrian infrastructure in the long term, but also fix the ordinance so that a teenager doesn't get slapped with a $250 fine and at the very least, a stern warning from the police where that's not necessary. Now, the other thing I wanted to call attention to was my friends over at Bergen County Complete Streets, who worked with us to send a letter to the county urging them to improve our county roads, including Cedar Lane and Teaneck Road.
Thank you, Mr. Rockland.
Oh, sorry. All right. Have a great day. Good night, everybody.
Thank you. And before we move on to the next speaker, Mr. Clerk, I make a motion to extend the meeting until midnight. All those in favor, please say aye. The ayes have it. Deanne Ip.
I am Deanne Ip, residing at 708 Pomander Walk. I live directly across the street from Five Star Senior Residence at 655 Pomander Walk. The building was built in 1988 by Classic Residence by Hyatt. It was permitted to be built in a residential zone by a variance approved by the Teaneck Board of Adjustment. Because Pomander Walk is zoned as residential. The building was considered Teaneck's first high-rise at 5 stories high. The conditions and requirements that allowed for the construction of this building are detailed in a document called the Developers Agreement and are detailed in the Board of Adjustment resolution at that time. Within the agreement were accommodations to the objections of the neighbors, including me. I participated in input to that agreement, all of whom were against the intrusion of a 5-story high-rise building on idyllic, rural, old Pomander Walk. So why am I here tonight? Because the public needs to know that a terrible environmental catastrophe happened on Pomander Walk on April 23rd. Our forest, the Pomander Walk Forest, located on land owned by 5 Star, but protected by the Developers Agreement, had almost every tree cut down, and the entire forest understory of native shrubs cut down and shredded to hardwood chips. I am distraught, devastated, and deeply saddened that the forest was destroyed and that the developers' agreement between the Township of Teaneck and Five Star residents has been violated by Five Star senior residents. Yeah. So I am here to provide the township attorney with these legal documents that are enforceable and request that the Teaneck Township attorney will pursue remediation and restoration for the Commander Walk Forest. With the remaining 3 minutes time that I have, I will quote directly from the developer's agreement. Preservation of existing trees. The developer shall safeguard and preserve all trees on the site, except as such trees may be felled with the approval of the Township Shade Tree Supervisor. Transfer of the agreement and compliance. The covenants shall be enforceable. The developer or its successors or assigns, and that would be Five Star, agrees to pay the township or the approving authority
Thank you, Deanne.
cost in bringing any legal
Deanne, I'm
action,
sorry, but your time is up.
including
sorry,
reasonable
Deanne.
counsel fees. Okay,
Thank
so
you.
I'm going to provide this next.
Yeah, please share it with us.
Yes.
Yeah.
Chris Brown. Chris Brown, please unmute.
Can you all hear me?
Yes, sir. Loud and
All
clear.
right. All right. That's great. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor, and congratulations, Dean, on your retirement. Well deserved. Since we're giving flowers to Dean tonight, just also want to point out that the culvert was installed with on Beverly Road a few years ago after flooding, after Ida, and after a major downpour back in 2022. Dean, that was Dean's initiative, and our street, Bell Avenue, has a significant drainage problem that has probably saved us, multiple flooding events. The culvert that's on Beverly Road. That being said, the culvert's a short-term solution. The long-term solution is detention tanks in Sagamore Park. Ms. Hashmat, welcome. Best of luck getting started and as town manager. That's, hopefully that's a project that you're going to be well familiar with in the coming weeks. We really need to make progress on that infrastructure project, putting the detention tanks in Sagamore. I'm not sure where that is. Well, I have an idea of where it is right now in the pipeline, but in terms of going out to bid, I don't believe that the town is close to going out to bid, which is disappointing. The climate is changing. Summers are getting hotter. We're about to be in a heat dome for the next few days. Ocean temperatures are increasing, and hurricanes are becoming more powerful, right? So we are at higher risk for flooding as the years and the summers continue, and every summer where the detention tank is not placed in Sagamore, residents on Bell Avenue are at further risk for losing tens of thousands of dollars because of a drainage problem, which is a township issue. So just wanted to bring that to everyone's, put that back in the conversation. So with that said, Dean, enjoy your retirement. You deserve it. Ms. Hashmat, welcome, and all the best of luck. Thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Ma'am, again, if you could just try not to block the camera. Amanda Carney. Blocking. I'm sorry, go ahead. 3 minutes.
I'm Amanda, and I want to echo the recognition of Juneteenth in this meeting as the meaningful holiday it is for Black communities in Teaneck. And I especially want to recognize this holiday for those who will not get the day off that they're owed. May you be compensated with the reparations from this country that you are long overdue.
I find it very laughable, or at least I would if it wasn't diabolical, that on the day before Juneteenth, we spent so much of this meeting congratulating and celebrating law enforcement. It exemplifies the fraud of Teaneck, the facade of diversity, when really the town celebrates the tools of oppression and death to corral the racialized working class in their place. Back in the 2020 uprisings, Teaneck joined in with their own protests, demanding space for hurt and rage that still courses through this town. You may be saying to yourself, that's not the event that I went to. And if that's the case, then that's because you went to the police corralled parade, not the protest that wasn't afraid to recognize the police as the aggressors they are. This protest, stopping in front of the precincts for a short amount of time, was met by snipers on the roof, by Teaneck PD. Mind you, this was while members of the Pennell family were talking about the murder of Philip Pennell by a Teaneck officer in 1990. 4 years ago, Teaneck PD met Black residents and youth with snipers. I don't say this expecting some recognition or shame for that history, because I recognize that this continues today, but I want to put this on the official record. So fast forward to May of 2021, Teaneck PD then turned their weapons and shields towards pro-Palestine protesters, expecting to be unleashed on the families that attended that protest when Sheikh Jarrah was under attack by Teaneck IDF personnel. Do you see who the Teaneck police is to marginalized residents of Teaneck who are repeatedly beaten and attacked? I'm speaking to my Teaneck residents now, the ones who know the brunt of the violent force of the state. We don't have to accept this, and we can build the future that we want to live in now with the communities that we currently have and the communities that we will make. Free Palestine.
Someone on Zoom, Doug?
I have Councilwoman Javon Romney Rice.
Yes, good evening. Thank you, Doug. And I just want to add my congratulations to Dean. I also want to just say happy Juneteenth. While Teaneck is not a perfect place, it is made more perfect by people who have rolled up their sleeves and have gone to work. And I have been very pleased to be able to say that I have stood shoulder to shoulder with many people in this township, and Dean is one of them who has certainly gone above and beyond and rolled up his sleeve. And because he is Teaneck born and bred, he knows what it's like to live amongst folks who live in a diverse community, who has tried and lived walk the walk and lived the creed of trying to treat people with humanity and dignity. And for that, Dean, I will forever be grateful. I think it takes a special person and a special people to live in a community that desire to treat every person with respect. It's going to be very challenging, I'm sure, for a new manager, but for those of us who truly desire for equity, diversity, and inclusion, it can be achieved. For those who want to remain in glass houses and not throw stones, well, therefore, they will remain in those glass houses, and the harmony that we desire may not be achieved. But for those of us who are willing to roll up our sleeves, hopefully we will continue to be able to do so with people like Dean Kaczynski and people who want to live in a world that prepares global citizens, because that is what the world is like. People who don't necessarily look like you or think like you or believe like you, but global citizens who are prepared to make this world a better place. And I'm happy to say that we had such a person here that served our community faithfully and every day amongst many odds, but you wouldn't know it because he did it each day with a smile. So thank you so much, Dean. This evening is dedicated to you, and whatever happens with the chickens will happen, but who knows what will come first, the chicken or the egg. In any event, have a great night all.
Thank you, Ms. Romney Rice. Ms. Angel?
Hi, good evening. Can you hear me okay? All right, good. Hi, good evening. My name is Maxine Angel. I'm a Teaneck resident, proudly representing District 3 as a member of the
graduate of Teaneck High School, class of 76, and Thomas Jefferson, class of 73. I have to say that it is true that we have been truly divided in our community. And I remember distinctly back in 1972 when my family first moved here, the issue was Vietnam War. And by the time I graduated Teaneck High School back in class of 76, the issue was the apartheid in South Africa. But we haven't learned the lessons yet. I remember when I visited Jerusalem under the urging of my sheikh and scholar Sheikh bin Baz from Mecca University. He told me to go see for myself what time it is. So I went. Yes, it's apartheid. Very few people like to admit it. Racism, yes. Went to the West Bank, yes. The intelligence community said, no, I cannot go to Gaza, visit Gaza. This was the time of year 2000 in Intifada, the second Intifada. No. But I'd like to raise this other point. So maybe perhaps the mayor and the community members that's sitting, if I was to say to my African-American brothers and sisters that they should kill somebody because they are Ku Klux Klan members and they're arresting in a hospital over there at Holy Name Hospital, do they have a right? No, that'd be outrageous. They have a right to blow up Holy Name Hospital because they think Ku Klux Klan members are hiding somewhere in the basement of Holy Name Hospital. Is that correct? No. They have a right to blow up New York City, Atlanta, Birmingham, many of these cities because they feel that Ku Klux Klan members are hiding in these cities. No, it's outrageous. It's an insult. It's a war crime. I'm a criminal if I was to make that kind of preach to a civilized world. And yet this is accepted by my unfortunate, ignorant Hebrew neighbors. Justice is a true evidence of faith. And it's time that we as Muslims and Jews and Christians have to sit down together, whether we're imams, preachers, or rabbis, and talk about
Time is
how
up,
we
sir.
get solution.
Thank you,
real
sir. Your
solution
time is
to
up.
these issues.
Someone on
Thank
this
you very
side,
much.
Rabbi Friedman.
Good evening. It's always wonderful to be together with neighbors. I want to give a very special welcome back to Deputy Mayor Katz. God willing, continue to be strong and well. Of course, a very special welcome to Jacqueline. We wish you, of course, only the very best. It was such a pleasure. Thank you, Yusuf, for introducing me to a very new neighbor of ours in Teaneck. I don't know if Mohammed is still here, but Mohammed has only been here for a week, and we hope that you'll find Teaneck to be the wonderful place that I have found it to be for my family. We celebrated a wonderful occasion in the Jewish Center of Teaneck at our 91st annual dinner, which was just on Sunday. We had a new Torah scroll dedication. And of course, inside the Torah scroll, which is the holiest object in our faith, it says that all human beings are created in the very image of God. And so I join in all of those celebrating Juneteenth tomorrow. Of course, the abolition of slavery in this country is a great victory for all people created in a divine image. Slavery is a crime not only against man, but against the divine image, against God himself. And so we all join in the celebration of human dignity. I hope we'll all take to heart Dean's wish and his very moving farewell remarks that we treat each other with love and kindness and respect in this township, no matter what differences we may hold. I saw the tears in the eyes of Maxine's daughters who came to the synagogue immediately after the incident, and it wasn't the only incident over the holiday of bias. We're better than that as a township. we can't be treating each other that way or speaking to each other with such hatred and vitriol. Every one of us has been created in the image of God. Every one of us is deserving of decency and respect. And so respectfully, Imam, I have to tell you that yes, we have our arms outstretched, but the path towards decency and the path towards civility is not by making inflammatory comments and calling people ignorant with whom that you have disagreements. We can and must do better than that. Anti-Semitism is not acceptable. Any form of hatred and bias is not acceptable. Teaneck is a wonderful place because of people like Dean. And what has Dean stood for over 40 years, other than decency, humanity, and respect? I hope and pray, Dean, that this town will always be worthy of your legacy. Thank you.
Thank you, Rabbi. Someone on this side, Mr. Siegel? Yes, Mr. Siegel.
Thanks and good evening. My name is Rich Siegel. I seem to be running for Congress. The reason I'm running is the Teaneck High School students who held a walkout for Palestine. And I thought that was really heroic of 15, 16, 17-year-old kids to have the initiative to exercise their First Amendment rights. And they were met by accusations of anti-Semitism by one of our council members and also by our congressman. So I decided that we need politicians who actually believe in the First Amendment, who actually believe in freedom of speech. So I seem to have become one. Oh, and Mr. Mayor, history is not going to treat you kindly for your trip to Israel while Israel is conducting a genocide. I don't know if people notice, but the last time I was at one of these meetings, I was called a liar by two people, by a rabbi and by a member of this council. And previous to that, I was the victim of a libel in a video produced by another member of this town council. And I've also had numerous incidents at my home. I had a rabbi shouting obscenities at my house. I had a pile of shit left in the middle of my lawn. I mean, I've had, anyway, a friend of mine, Peter Cohen, who is also an anti-Zionist Jew and a good friend of mine, had this to say, and I think I'm going to quote it because I think he says it better than me. With all this talk about a rise in anti-Semitism and hate against Jews, the only hate I experience as a Jew is from Zionists. Truly, I've never seen such abusiveness. The hate speech, abuse, and persecution by Zionist Jews against other Jews is a social phenomenon that should be recognized, studied, and included in discussions of hate speech. And that's my experience. And that's why I didn't come to the last meeting, because I was accused of having been part of a plot when I said that I went to the bathroom and then I noticed that the two women were being arrested. I actually did need to go to the bathroom. That's why I left the room. Ha. Thanks a lot.
You said Zoom was back up, right, Doug? Someone on Zoom, please.
I have Nadira. Nadira, if you could hear me, you're free to unmute. You should hear me by now.
Yes,
Oh, it
can
looks
you hear
like you
me?
did. Yes, I can hear you, Nadira. You have 3 minutes. Thank you for your patience.
Okay, and you can see me as well. Good. Thank you so much. Good evening, council members. My name is Nadra. Last fall, you all adopted a resolution that expressed solidarity with the foreign state of Israel, which is a recognized criminal apartheid regime, as Amnesty International investigation and report revealed. I understand that the adoption of that resolution by the City Council was followed by the resolution on peace and unity. After community members held demonstrations in response to the blatant lack of consideration for the decades of Palestinian plight, oppression, murders, rapes, theft, settler colonization that ramped up over the past 76 years, all of which happened in blatant violation of international law. That being said, it shouldn't have taken a demonstration to expose the discriminatory and inconsiderate nature of that initial resolution, just as it shouldn't take a continuous push for council members to initiate an investigation of establishments within the community, like the Congregation Keter Torah, for hosting real estate events that are both in violation of national and international law. As Rich Siegel has previously pointed out, and I will reiterate, such events are in violation of the Civil Rights Act of 1965 and the Fair Housing Act of 1968, since they exclude other ethnicities and demographics. And they are in violation of international law, since all settlements in the occupied territories of Palestine are illegal, and 3 of the locations where the real estate plots of lands were being sold are located within the West Bank, which is where part of my family is from. So I urge you all to do what's right, investigate and implement regulations that strongly discourage and prohibit this sorts of illegal events from taking place. And last but not least, I am aware of the mayor's recent visit to the apartheid colonial settler state that is currently engaging in the continuous mass ethnic cleansing and genocide of Palestinians in Gaza and even the West Bank, with the increase of illegal settler violence over the past few months, not counting the 76 years of grave crimes committed against Palestinians. So I encourage the mayor to spend some time in those occupied areas to get a clearer picture of life for Palestinians under occupation and the dire crimes committed against them on a daily basis. Before October, there were over 200 Palestinians that had already been murdered in the West Bank, with over 500 of them being murdered since then. And that's actually since last October, a large portion of which includes children. In Gaza, according to the accurate reports of Euromed Human Rights Monitor, over 41,000 innocent civilians have been killed, and almost 26,000 of which are women and children. These are innocent family members, loved ones, and neighbors who have long lived in an open-air concentration camp and deserve to live with their rights and dignities intact to pursue their hopes and dreams like everyone else in this world. So I caution your continuous bias at best, and at worst, complicitly and blatantly disregarding or supporting acts and behaviors that are not only recognized as international war crimes and human rights violations, but also violations of federal law. And above all, I urge you all to have the moral courage to do and acknowledge what is right for all collective humanity.
Lady in red.
Heidi Fuchs, Teaneck resident for 52 years. Tonight, we honor and celebrate 2 individuals whose dedication and service have profoundly enriched our community. Mayor Pagan and our esteemed township manager, Dean. Now, I'm going to even try to pronounce your last name. Firstly, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to the mayor. Recently, you embarked on a significant mayor's mission on an international stage. This mission was not merely a journey, it was a bridge-building endeavor that underscores our commitment to fostering global relations and understanding. Your recent visit highlights the values of diplomacy, cultural exchange, and mutual respect that Teaneck holds dear. Participation in this mission has shown that Teaneck is not just a town on the map, but a vibrant community ready to engage with the world. We are deeply grateful for your dedication and vision. Your trip embodies the spirit of connection and progress that we strive to achieve. Thank you for being an ambassador of Teaneck's values and for working tirelessly to bring the world a bit closer to our doorstep. Now I turn my attention to a pillar of our community, someone whose service has been a bedrock of stability and progress in Teaneck, our township manager, Dean. Tonight, we honor you for an incredible 40+ years of dedicated service. For 4 decades, you have been the steady hand guiding our township through both calm and turbulent times, and of course, COVID. Your commitment to public service has been unwavering, and your leadership has been marked by wisdom, integrity, and unyielding commitment to the well-being of the residents and countless outbound calls with Teaneck updates. You are truly the voice of Teaneck. Your tenure has seen Teaneck grow and flourish in countless ways. From the development of infrastructure to the enhancement of public services, your contributions have been instrumental in shaping the Teaneck we know and love today. Your ability to manage the complexities of local government with grace and efficiency has earned you the respect and admiration of colleagues and community members alike. Beyond your professional accomplishments, your personal dedication to our township, reflected in the countless hours of work and countless acts of kindness, has left an indelible mark on all of us. Your legacy is one of service, compassion, and a deep love for our community. As we celebrate the 40-plus years of service, we also celebrate the countless lives you have touched and the enduring impact you have made. Thank you to Dean for your unparalleled commitment to Teaneck. You have set a standard of excellence in public service that will inspire future generations. Your contributions have not only shaped our present, but have also laid a strong foundation for Teaneck's future. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fuchs. Doug, I make a motion to extend the meeting to 12:30.
Mr. Mayor, we have about $10 million of bill lists, about 30 liquor licenses. So if we've heard from quite a bit of our people, so I'd like to make a motion that we extend what, I'd like to make the motion that we.
No,
I'm
I hear
sorry.
you, but I made a motion first to just extend the meeting, if that's okay. To 12:30,
Okay.
and then we'll take up your motion. All those in favor of extending the meeting to 12:30? You guys have it. I'm sorry, Mr. Schwartz, please go ahead. You were saying.
I'd like to make the motion that we close good and welfare in 10 minutes.
Second.
Councilman Schwartz. Councilwoman Belcher
No, you say there are about 5 people on Zoom right now?
on Zoom, yeah.
Okay, I vote no, because we want to
Hold on
hear
a
from
second.
everyone.
He's saying to
we-
extend.
We have
10 more
listening
minutes.
sessions on
Yeah.
Jewish holidays. Let's not talk about listening to our.
You know what? This is our job, you know.
We're-
so
we're
we
on a
signed up
roll
for
call.
it.
Call the roll.
We're on a roll
Guys,
call. We're on a roll
please stop.
call.
Call the roll.
I was with Councilwoman Belcher. Councilwoman Goldberg,
Yes.
Councilwoman Organ,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Katz,
No.
Deputy Mayor G,
No.
Mayor Pagan.
Yes, good and welfare ends in 12 minutes. Someone on this side, Mr. Rose.
Thank you and good evening. Howard Rose, Teaneck resident. I speak from a perspective that's pretty informed, pretty knowledgeable. Having bought a house here 45 years ago, having a store on Cedar Lane now for a quarter of a century, being very involved for many years as a volunteer to the community, elected official on the school board, 9 years, appointed to the planning board, 16 years, as well as several other organizations that I've worked with within Teaneck. I try and keep on some things a very simple perspective. I look upon the council as a group of people who say what Teaneck should be through its actions, through its ordinances. But I look upon the manager as a person who gets it done. In this case, Dean, well done. Thank you. Different topic. There was an article in this week's Suburbanite. Not an article, I'm sorry, a letter from Henry Pruitt. And he's indicating that he'd like to see a person appointed to make sure that the town looks good visually, in terms of people's property, in terms of their housing, in terms of their businesses. We've had council members say, wait a second, let's not do that. It's a terrible thing to do. We'd have neighbors talking about other neighbors. We'd have people who are being harassed. Well, actually, that's not a correct statement. In one respect, helping people get their property better, reminding them of what their needs are, of what things should be done in order to maintain their property, securing help for them to get it done. These are all good things. Why would that be harassment? The only people being harassed are the neighbors nearby who have to live next to a yard of weeds, a house that's starting to fall apart. That's the real harassment. Why would anyone be against the town being maintained? There's certain levels and ways of doing it that are reasonable. Reminders, issue a summons, next step, impose a penalty. It can be taken by steps, but it's all with the main goal of securing a better situation in the neighborhoods on the individual's property. No reason not to do it. There's no reason to think of it as a negative thing. Why would it be negative? I'd like an explanation specifically from the council member who thinks it's harassment when it only helps to get things better.
Thank you, Mr. Rose. Someone on Zoom, Doug?
I have Sarah. You're free to unmute.
Hi, good evening. Sarah Kwan and Teaneck resident. I'm here tonight to speak because Ian inspired me. If you recall 7-year-old Ian who spoke at the town meeting regarding chickens, I've never yet spoken at a town meeting, but if Ian can speak, I can speak too. Ian is a well-mannered child. He's always the one to say please and thank you. And he's a happy-go-lucky, grateful child. Let's pass the chicken ordinance to give chickens to the Ians of Teaneck. My neighbor too wants chickens. When it snows, they always plow my front sidewalk. While I certainly don't want chickens in my backyard, he has always been a good neighbor. And as admirer of Ian's good character and in good faith to my neighbor, I'm here to request for you to pass ordinance on chickens. It will mean so much to many families here in Teaneck. I'm also here to speak about the intersection of Grayson and Prince. It is a dangerous intersection, understatement. In the past month, there was 2 accidents there that required 911 or TVAC. One that occurred 3 weeks ago and another again 4 days ago. There are many, many more close calls where I hear screeching brakes. This intersection is right near Teaneck High School, Lacey School, Hagel High School, and another daycare. It's also an emergency route and a corner that has multiple school bus stops. About a month ago, my kindergartner was nearly hit by a car that was speeding up Grayson. My heart stopped when I saw the driver screech his brakes, nearly like hitting him. I've been told that there was a study done here years ago at this corner. I questioned, did they do the study during the summer when it was quiet? Did they do the study when kids were coming out from high school on their lunch break? I'm here to request a good intersection design that will address the problem. The problem is, 1, they're speeding up and down this Grayson Hill. 2, there's frequent accidents and many, many more close calls. 3, this is a bus stop. It is an emergency route. It's near 4 schools. 4, there's cars edging out of Prince because they cannot see. Their vision is obstructed. 5, there is no visibly maintained painted crosswalks, which are not only good for pedestrians, but also help drivers know where to stop. Please have a look at this corner, and thank you so much for all your time, for staying up late to hear me out, and for all that you do. Good night.
Someone on this side, sir?
My name is Lee Miller, Teaneck resident. Mayor Pagan, I'm curious if during your recent trip to Jerusalem, you had the opportunity to visit Ramallah, Nablus, Hawara, or even East Jerusalem, or indeed anywhere else in the occupied Palestinian territories, where you would have seen with your own eyes the abysmal apartheid state that is Israel, where you would have seen the endless checkpoints, daily harassment, and humiliation of the Palestinian people that has been thoroughly documented since the beginning of the occupation by countless historians, human rights groups, and international institutions. That you would undertake such a clearly selfish and one-sided journey to that apartheid state in the midst of an ongoing and thoroughly documented genocide indeed shows your true colors. At first, I thought to call this town council a failure. However, the word failure implies that one has attempted to do something about the open display of racism, Islamophobia, and physical harm that has been directed at people who are speaking out against the genocide and ethnic cleansing of the Palestinian people. Many have tried to appeal to the conscience of this town council with the names and stories of Palestinian martyrs, many of whom are women and children. But it seems one cannot appeal to a conscience which is non-existent. Instead, I would call the actions or perhaps inaction of this town council a betrayal. You have betrayed people who believe in human rights, people who are against colonization, and people who stand against oppression, no matter who is doing the oppressing. Additionally, in the last few months, the amount of lip service I have seen in these meetings, in particular to the Black community, while simultaneously harassing and endangering members of that same community, leaves one in awe of the insincerity. The insincerity to quote, as many have done here, people like Martin Luther King, James Baldwin, and others. To quote people who stood against exploitation, people who stood against apartheid, and with ahistorical gymnastics, trying to use their quotes as a Trojan horse to justify the continued oppression of the Palestinian people. I will finish by reminding everyone in this room that lip service and declarations of friendship are not stand-ins for solidarity. Solidarity is understanding the historical context of the Palestinians, of African Americans, of Iraqis, of Yemenis, of anyone, anywhere that is on the receiving end of an American rifle. It is my hope that as a result of the global solidarity with the people of Gaza and the inevitable dissolution of the Israeli apartheid state, that all of us can throw away the backward notions of ethno-states, racial segregation, and exploitation. Finally, it is my hope that people like you, Mayor Pagan, who prop up these doomed sandcastles are ultimately washed away into irrelevance. Thank you, and free Palestine.
Someone on Zoom, Doug?
Bringing in Jasmine. Please state your name for the record.
Hello, can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Hi, my name's Jasmine Ray. I'm a lifelong Teaneck resident. I know it's late, so I'm going to keep it short and sweet. I only have a few questions for the council at large, and then I'll be on my way. So first, as many have already interrogated, I just want to know how the council at large feels knowing that they claim to be so proud of Teaneck for being the first integrated township, and yet our mayor is going to an apartheid state for a co-op trip. Do we think that aligns with the values you claim to have, or is that hypocritical? Two, as it is the eve of Juneteenth, I wonder if this township is going to actually apply any kind of empathy training, quote unquote, that has been talked about for months now in terms of the representation they want to have moving forward. Is there going to be any true reparations for the violent misogynoir we see every week at these meetings? How are you going to make it up to your own fellow members, such as Deputy Mayor G and Councilwoman Belcher, for the blatant racism they constantly are facing at these meetings, along with your constituents? And lastly, when are you going to do the basic duty in calling out the ridiculous nature of this town, the hypocrisy in this town? You want to have people like Josh Gottheimer at a meeting after vilifying the children of this township and giving license to further abuse and death threats to students. Students that just graduated. And students are going to continue to go about their time in Teaneck feeling like there is a constant threat on their shoulder. What are you going to do to make amends for that? That's all. And free Palestine.
We have one more person, Amrit, and then Good and Welfare is closed. Oh, Mr. Berliner, I was just saying Amrit, sorry. And this will be our last speaker. Alan, please, no outbursts. Amrit, the floor is yours.
Hi, Amrit Ramzatan, Teaneck resident. So good night to the council. I'd just like to ask a couple questions about the budget and other miscellaneous items. So when is the budget expect to be passed? Do we have a hard date that we're working towards? Or are we late? And are there any repercussions to being late? Now, with regards to the sale of a cell tower, do we kind of have an idea of what the expected income or revenue from that sale would be? Is that a land lease or a full sale when we're speaking about that tower? And is there any more information that you can share about that sale? And do we have a rough idea on the percentage towards the points of the municipal tax that will be reduced by the offset of the sale of that cell tower? Also, just a more general question. Do we have an idea when the master plan is expected to be passed? I still don't know if we have like a hard date that we're working towards. And were there renders for the library or public input? I just kind of wanted to see what the plan and layout would be. I see that we're working, or I heard the date for September for construction. It seemed kind of soon. I still don't know what that library is going to look like. So thank you.
Thank you, Amber. Good and Welfare is closed. Mr. Schwartz, would you like to start us off, sir?
Sure, I'll jump right in and try to make it as quick as possible. As it relates to the budget, the answers remain the same for the last month or so. In tonight's packet, we'll have some resolutions to approve the next set of bids for the cell phone tower. After the tower is bid on, with that winning bid, we could take that money and work on finishing up the budget. I believe the budget's set for introduction in mid-July. We're completely on schedule as it relates to that. I can't answer as it relates to the master plan. I'm not on that board, nor the library. Two other comments. As it relates to Grayson and Prince, and I spent some time, the police did not agree with the four-way stop sign several years ago. I spent some time out at the intersection, and I sent this over to the police and the manager, asking that there's a large tree at the northwest intersection that, when combined with cars parking on that northwest side of Grayson, makes the sightline limited. That, combined with a clear speed issue as cars head down the hill, create that danger, which is basically forcing cars to apparently just crash into each other. We do need to either work on, I don't want to cut down the tree, that's just my personal opinion, but I think that we need to do a small section of the north side of Grayson west of Prince for approximately 50 feet to make sure no cars park there, so the people traveling westbound on Prince and southbound on Prince can see those oncoming cars. So I sent that to the manager last week, in addition to bigger stop signs, or maybe even the flashing ones that we removed from our friends on Palmer Avenue. Lastly, and I'm going to address this to both my council members that attended the listening session and some of the people in the room that initiated a listening session. Both the Orthodox Jewish people and our Muslims have a lot of holidays. I get that. We have a ton of holidays. There is a 21-week stretch of days where there are only 3 nights during the week that the Orthodox Jewish residents cannot come out. That's 140 days. There's a stretch. 3 of them, they cannot come out. And you chose a listening session, because I thought we we're all here to listen to everyone, to do that listening session. I think we can do better than that. Thank you.
Belcher.
Okay, thank you. I want to just address a few folks that spoke. First of all, Juneteenth is tomorrow, and there are many events that are around town. It's a great opportunity to really attend, to really see why it's important to recognize, not so much celebrate, but recognize Juneteenth. It's not a celebration. When we think about Harriet Tubman went back into the South 13 times to liberate, to free people. And that's why Juneteenth is something that we really should encourage our young people to study and understand. A couple of quick things in terms of the code enforcement officer, Mr. Rose, I just want to say that it is important. It's something that is perhaps you can get your question answered. I just want to mention that today on the CDC's website, and I know, the chicken ordinance has passed, but the CDC said that the bird flu is widespread in wild birds worldwide and is causing outbreaks in poultry and U.S. dairy cows, with one recent human case in a U.S. dairy worker. So whatever we do, we have to manage. Whatever ordinances we pass, we have to manage. And that's what code enforcement does. It simply helps us to manage what we are passing laws for. So perhaps we can certainly keep an eye on that, because we certainly want our residents to be safe in light of raising chickens in their backyards. A couple other things I just want to mention. I attended last week the New Jersey Planning and Development Conference. It was very insightful. The #1 topic of discussion was ADUs. Accessory dwelling units was the #1 topic, because there are so many townships within our state that are looking at ADUs to help with affordability and affordable housing and intergenerational living. So I would just say, for those people that would like more information, certainly reach out to me. I have a ton of information I'd love to share. I want to mention also the master plan is in the review state. The planning board has it, and they are reviewing it and actually adding comments. So stay tuned for that in terms of more additional information. Thank you, Chris Brown, regarding the detention tanks. I certainly think that that status, looking at where we are in terms of that, should be forthcoming, as Dean has mentioned in his comments. I just want to say, Dean, it's here again. Lastly, it's been a pleasure, working with you. Regarding listening sessions, myself and Deputy Mayor G were invited guests. We were asked by our block associations, I believe there are 5 block associations throughout our town. If there are more, I would welcome any other block association or any other entity to invite us. We'd love to share. And we simply have been invited and we went. We did not look at the calendar. We didn't say, are these dates good or bad or indifferent? We were not the organizers. We were the invited guest. Okay, just want to make that very, very clear. But certainly if any entity within our township would love to have a listening session with myself and Deputy Mayor G, certainly reach out to us. Thank you.
Just 2 points. Amrit, the library is having at 2:00 on Sunday to meet the architect and to see the plans. So worth going to if you're free. And they should be on the website as well. And to Mr. Rose, you listed summonses and fines as not being negative, but they are negative. Someone's going to come to your house and give you a summons, and then they're going to come to your house and give you a fine. And it's going to be their job to do that without listening to you and without hearing what the issue that you have is. It's going to be their job to give you a summons for not mowing your lawn or not shoveling your snow or whatever the issue is. It will be their job to do that. That is a negative. And that will be, in my opinion, used as a tool. It's going to be weaponizing that person when a neighbor is not happy with what is going on in their neighborhood. And that is the reason that I am against the code enforcement officer. We have a building department, we have a health department. If things are not as they should be, anybody is welcome to make a complaint with them, and they have resources. We have a social worker in town. They have resources within those departments to help people if their homes are falling into disrepair or they have issues within their homes and their families. That's not the purpose, in my opinion, of a code enforcement officer. And that's the reason I don't support it, not because I don't want us to have nice neighborhoods and not because I don't want our neighbors to have nice properties next door to them. I don't think it will be used in the right way. And that's the reason. I understand why people want it. I just don't think it's the solution.
Goldberg.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I want to congratulate Jesse Leon and the Keep Chickens Teaneck group for their incredibly hard work in getting backyard chickens. Well, it would have been amazing to see Jesse at Teaneck Road Hot Bagels in his chicken costume collecting signatures for a chicken referendum, which is, I heard, what was going to be next. I'm really glad it wasn't needed and finally passed. Deanne, I think she left, but I did see her email about the trees, and I sent that to our attorney. So I'm unsure if the trees are in violation of the recent tree ordinance, or it should be referred to the planning board to address. So I'm going to defer to Scott to answer that. Dean, thank you again so much for everything. And regarding the traffic study, this I know Councilmember Schwartz addressed this too, but I'm going to pose the question, I guess, to the rest of the council also and see what they think. So we've been hearing a lot about traffic concerns lately. And so I just wanted to get their thoughts, and we can add this to the next agenda to discuss in full, but perhaps we need a pedestrian traffic study safety task force or subcommittee, or a bend to leave subcommittee, which is myself, Councilwoman Organ, and Deputy Mayor Katz, to include traffic safety and concerns to work on some of these issues as a whole, and then come back to the full council to see, because we're hearing a lot, and going corner by corner is not necessarily the most efficient. So maybe addressing it systematically might be better. That's it. Thank you.
Ms. Goldberg, Deputy Mayor G.
I'm going to try to address the comments that were not already addressed. Paula, I just want you to know, I hear you in terms of calling for another resolution. I personally have learned my lesson. I don't believe we should pass any more resolutions having to do with international affairs. I think we all have our own individual opinions and they are valid, but I just don't believe they belong here. So unfortunately, I would not support any more international resolutions. The safety, I deeply concerned about the numerous intersections that residents have flagged to the township. I think we need a more systematic way of addressing this. I agree with what Councilwoman Goldberg said about coming up with a new way to look at it. I live very close to Grayson and Prince, and my son is on a bus that gets picked up very close to that corner. So I am equally concerned about that intersection. Someone asked about the empathy training. So shout out to Cheryl Hall for getting that scheduled. It is taking place on July 7th and July 8th. So it is in fact happening. Maxine Angel, I wanted to address your comments. First, I'm so sorry that your children experienced anti-Semitic harassment. No child or person should ever have to experience that. My heart goes out to you and your family. And today your comments really resonated with me because my family has also recently experienced harassment. My son was called the N-word by a classmate in his school and had to see him every day for the rest of the year. And more recently, my husband and I were subject to the most hateful and vile attack online by a town resident that we also have to see very frequently in these settings. And I think no person should ever have to experience that. But I'm hopeful because the response to that horrible attack was almost unanimous by people of every creed, religious background in town. And so I never felt more supported or more sure that most of us share the same values if we can just continue to try to find common ground. Second, I want to address the listening session. You, along with Councilmember Schwartz, mentioned that it was hosted on a Jewish holiday. Like Councilwoman Belcher mentioned, this was not a township-sponsored event. We did not choose the dates. The person who led it actually happens to be Jewish and chose the date. So maybe, we should have double checked, but we assumed the date was solid. This was a scheduling oversight on the part of leadership, and it was not intentional. If our goal as a community is truly to end the divisiveness, then I implore residents and my council colleagues to assume best intent. Or if you don't want to assume best intent and you're not sure, lead with curiosity. Ask questions rather than accuse people of dubious intent. The mere act of coming to this podium or sitting on this dais and accusing certain council members of purposeful malintent only contributes to the divisiveness that you accuse us of. So I echo my council members' comments that please invite me to your synagogues, to your neighborhood listening session, wherever you'd like. I'd be happy to attend. There was no malintent. We weren't trying to purposely leave anyone out, and I resent any accusations of such going forward. I will wrap up there. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Shi. It's getting kind of late, so I just want to thank all of our residents for coming out tonight, particularly and for celebrating our retiring manager, Dean Kaczynski. Mr. Manager, is there anything you would like to say?
Just quick, cell phone tower bids will be in by July 9th. We will introduce the budget by the 16th. We have until July 19th to introduce the budget, so we're not in any violation. And at the August meeting, we will adopt the budget. So we'll do the introduction on July 16th, then we'll adopt the budget on the 19th. Grayson and Prince, they already have emails out to DPW just to look at the tree trimming at that intersection, larger signs. The police will look at that, and I have engineering looking at redesigning the intersection for traffic calming purposes and larger stop signs.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Mr. Clerk, I make a motion to extend the meeting until 12:45 p.m. All those in favor, please say aye. The ayes have it. Mr. Salmon?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to address two things that were raised at the beginning of food and welfare by Ms. Powers. Two good questions that I think we talked about. First, Mr. Powers asked about Ms. Hashmat's employment agreement. Does have an employment agreement. We intended to include it in the agenda packet, which is why Resolution 174/2024 expressly states it's actually closing the agreement. I forgot to attach it to the email when I sent it to Doug to the email that included the resolution, Doug, which was an accident. I didn't realize that included until the meeting. Councilwoman Belcher asked me about it.
At that point, it was too late for us to insert it in the agenda packet. But I've spoken with Doug. He's going to be inserting it into the minutes of the meeting. It'll also be available to anyone that wants to submit an open request. It'll be publicly available to anyone who asks. Second, Mr. Powers asked about Resolution 179, 2024, which authorized the payment of $40,000 to a law firm that previously represented planning board. The law firm is called Dario Albert Metz Cannon and Ortiz. Several months ago, the township received more than $90,000 in invoices from that firm dating as far back as 2019. Because those invoices were so late, some of them dealt with planning board applications that have long since been closed. There were duplicate invoices within there. There were lots of other problems with them. Well, at least with some of them, the township was uncomfortable paying the invoice full as billed. However, there was still a significant amount of work that was done by the law firm, and we apparently did not have a contract with them that required them to submit their invoices within a specific set amount of time. Since there is a 6-year statute of limitations for issues like this, to avoid litigation with the law firm over payment of the invoices, blessing the township council, my office negotiated with the law firm in question, and we were able to obtain a settlement with them of less than half they were seeking, the $40,000. That's going to save the township somewhere in the neighborhood of $50,000 plus all the attorney's fees that we have spent had we decided not to pay them and if they had sued. We want to make sure this obviously doesn't happen again. We don't like receiving invoices for things that happened up to 5 years ago. So I've been discussing with Dean and with Issa some policies that we can put in place to ensure that it doesn't happen again, that we're not being sent in so late. We're talking about instituting billing guidelines for law firms, other vendors, as well as more specific requirements for contracts forward, so that people never something. I hope that answers Howard's question.
Mr. Salmon.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
just since it was our error and Dr. Powers did ask, instead of having him do an Oprah, can we just send him the agreement?
We can do that. No problem.
Yeah, I was gonna say, can we post it online? Is that?
It doesn't be part of the minutes. Anyone can request it. We can send Mr. Powers to it as well. Sure.
Thank you all. Our next order of business is the consent agenda, and all matters listed on the consent agenda are considered to be routine in nature by council and will be enacted by one motion. There will be no separate discussion of these items. If any discussion is desired by council, that particular item will be removed from the consent agenda and will be considered separately. Mr. Clerk, can you please read the amount of the bill list into the record?
Yes, sir, Mayor. We have our last consent agenda with Township Manager Dean Kaczynski this evening. We have 4 sets of minutes, resolutions 174 all the way up to 2/15/2024, including that last minute liquor license addition council. Do not forget, and the bill list in the amount of $10,821,328.04.
Ms. Goldberg.
Mr. Mayor, I want to pull 180, 2024 and the bills list.
Anybody else? If no one is going to pull anything else, I make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Moved.
Second, Schwartz.
Excluding the bills list and resolution, Councilwoman Goldberg, you said 180, correct?
Yeah.
And the bills list, we had a first from the mayor, second from Councilman Schwartz. Councilman Schwartz,
Yes.
Councilwoman Belcher,
Yes.
Councilwoman Goldberg,
Yes to all, but an abstention on 179.
Councilwoman Oregon,
No on 179, yes on the rest.
Deputy Mayor Katz.
Abstain from the bill list, yes on,
We're not voting on the bill list right
Okay,
now.
great.
Sorry, sir.
great. I'll also abstain from all the liquor license renewals. And could you have an address for 206, 2024? It only lists the block number. Block and lot.
I'm sorry, which resolution number is that, my?
206, 2024.
Barry's
Or
blocking
you
out.
can, you don't have to do it in the middle of the vote. I guess I'll abstain on that one, but if you can get me the address on that.
I will get you the address on that. Apologies
So
or
then, yes,
abstaining.
yes, Todd, but please mark the abstention on the liquor license, renewals. and
that.
licensing.
And 206. And
And
Deputy
206.
Mayor G.
Yes.
And Mayor Pagan.
Yes. Consent agenda is passed. Ms. Goldberg, the floor is yours.
Okay, so first on the bills list, I was looking at the bills list and at the invoices for professional services. And again, the Wiener firm is billing us for Board of Ed costs. This is the second time it's happened. So I want to request that we suspend the payments to Wiener firm pending a thorough internal investigation of his invoices to ensure that all of the charges for the town are for the township of Teaneck. And then Scott, going forward, can you review and physically sign off on the bills to make sure that every entry is actually ours, to make sure that we're spending our money? So-
Sorry. So we're,
He said yes.
I want to, Scott needs to review all of the Wiener firm bills that are on the bills list. So I don't know if we need to pull them off the bills list, but there's Board of Ed entries on there.
Weren't we gonna do that after the last time they billed us for Board of Ed?
I think he reviewed them, but I don't, and now I think I want a physical signature going forward. Like, I think, 'cause I know, I don't want to say, Tom is reviewing them, I know, so
So
I
we're,
don't know who reviewed them this time.
am I to understand that we're asking an attorney to audit another attorney? Is that what we're doing? Or why wouldn't we ask our CFO to do that? Why we have a,
Because the attorney is gonna know the litigation stuff. The CFO is not gonna, my understanding is that Issa did review the bills, but he doesn't know the litigation entries that are on there to know that this is not the township. So the attorney would have to review it.
No, I mean, historically in the past, the township attorney acted as like the head of the legal department, overseeing all the legal work that goes into the town as well as the courts. So it's not a far-fetched request. I would think that, especially since it seems to be a second error. That,
I don't
yeah.
see the township charge for stuff that's not in our purview, so I'm okay with that.
I'll second that.
No, I was just gonna say, I'm okay with it at all. Like, two mistakes is it's now just getting ridiculous. So I agree.
Scott, anything else, Ms. Goldberg?
Not on the bills list, so we can do the bills list and then I'll go to 180.
You making a motion?
So I'll make the motion to approve the bills list.
Wait, Scott, can you just have a serious conversation with them? Thank you.
That was a first from Councilwoman Goldberg and a second from Mayor Pagan. Councilman Schwartz.
Yes on the bills list with the exception of 24-02506 for $360 for 3 Jewish link art advertisements.
Mr. Clerk, I just want to clarify, are we pulling the Wiener firms
Yes.
bills off or that we pulled them off?
That was the motion.
Oh, pulled them all. That was not the
Yes.
motion. I took a motion that we were asking the attorney to review. But if we want to pull those bills exactly, sorry, Mark Schwartz, we're gonna just take a step back. Councilwoman Goldberg, just to reiterate, all of all of the law firm's bills
Yeah.
on this bill list,
Yeah.
we want pulled and not paid on this bills list.
Correct.
Okay, and that was council's understanding? Everyone could just give me a
Yes.
nod? Okay,
well,
sorry, I'm lagging.
I have a question. Okay, until what happens? We're pulling these until our attorney speaks to him, until he confirms that
He's
they're.
got to review that they're all the township's bills because there's Board of Ed entries on there.
So I think this is one of the unintended consequences of having a lawyer that works with both the Board of Ed and the township, because it's probably an error administratively where someone's seeing Teaneck and just assuming it's one or the other. Sorry, something funny.
I agree.
So I was just saying, I think makes sense to, in terms of reassessing, no response to that. Okay, never mind.
And I'll just say, I will have this done within the next 2 days, so it will be more than enough time for the council to review at the next council meeting.
Thank you, Scott. Yeah,
Maybe a slightly different version, but.
and you're gonna, yeah.
Councilman Schwartz abstaining from 24-02506. That's the number of the bill. You abstained from that, correct? And everything else on the bills list was good with you? Yes, sir. Councilwoman Belcher, this is just the bills list.
Yes to all.
Councilwoman Goldberg,
I'm gonna abstain on the bills.
bills list. Councilwoman Organ,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Katz,
Abstention on the bills list.
Deputy Mayor G.
Yes.
Bills list passed. Councilwoman Goldberg, you wanted to talk about 180. It's 12:36. Can we extend the meeting to 1 a.m.?
Motion to extend the meeting to 1. I don't think we'll need it, but till 1.
All in. Say aye.
Aye.
I heard yes.
So a few months ago, we had an invoice on a resolution to ratify a payment to CSX for $1,800. And then asking the CFO what the invoice was for, we ended up tracing it to a contract that the railroads entered with the township in 1925. So from my understanding, and Scott, correct me if I'm wrong, the contract addresses the safety pedestrian infrastructure agreement between the railroad and the township. So thank you, Dean, Doug, and Scott for literally going into basement to find this contract. But it turns out, within the contract, the township is required to pay for power lines and drainage and lighting, which is what that $1,800 is for. And that's been an annual payment that we've been paying for 100 years. But the contract also requires CSX to pay for maintenance for certain infrastructure. So I wanted to know, Scott, is there anything in that contract that would be applicable to CSX in terms of Resolution 180/2024? Or the pedestrian overpass connecting Votee to Benjamin Franklin? That was a blessing and maybe save our taxpayers millions of dollars.
So these are two different things. Resolution 180/2024 relates to an agreement for the jurisdiction and maintenance on Route 4 between the township and the Department of Transportation. That's separate from the contract that you're referring to, which is between the township and CSX, which is it's a very old contract. It dates back to 1925. That contract places the burden on CSX to maintain the pedestrian overpass and certain stairways connected to it that adjoin Route 4. So I've reviewed that contract. There was also a settlement agreement back in 2005 between the township and CSX related to the agreement. And it seems to me that the contract extends. It looks like the contract extends to the work that the township is about to be doing on the overpass. Which, if I'm correct, would mean that CSX is responsible for paying for that and not the township. I'm planning on discussing that issue with the CSX in the near future. And based on my conversations with them, if it does look like it is being it should be included with under the contract, then at that point I would recommend to the council that we notify CSX of our intention to recoup that money from them, and if necessary, file a lawsuit.
Amazing. Thank you. I don't know if anyone else has anything before. I'm gonna move 180.
Sorry, I couldn't hear you.
I'm gonna move 180.
Second that.
Second. Councilman Short. Councilwoman Belcher.
Yes.
Councilwoman Goldberg.
Yes.
Councilwoman Organ.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Katz.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor G.
Yes.
Mayor Pagan. We are not adjourned yet.
No, we
We
still
have a few
introduce, yeah.
ordinances to introduce.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, our next order of business.
No one
is our
packing up yet.
Introduction of ordinances. Mr. Clerk, can you please read the title of the ordinances into the record?
I'll do so extremely slowly. Just kidding. Council. The last ordinances we're introducing with Dean Kazinski. Ordinance number 14-2024, amending section 36-11.2 of chapter 36 of Township Code for the Township of Teaneck, adding restricted on-street parking space for the handicap at 1494 Champlin Square. We have ordinance number 15-2024, establishing salary ranges and classification of positions for municipal employees in the Township of Teaneck. Last but not least, we have ordinance number 16-2024, amending the Township Code to revise parking laws on Ayers Court.
Mr. Katz.
Yeah, on 15-2024, what is this referencing? Because I pulled the ordinance and I don't see, it says that there's a schedule attached, but I don't see any schedule attached. What is this for?
This adjusts the manager's salary.
Oh, sounds good.
Yeah, they
Okay.
literally just changes one line from 220,000 to 225,000.
I'm good, thank you.
Right, and, oh, go ahead.
One change on 16-2024, and the attorney was made aware of it. It talks about making the parking lot from Ayers Court eastbound to Lozier. We're just modifying that. What the intent was Ayers Court eastbound 185 feet to the turnaround as it relates to those municipal related spots that are in the business district, not all the way down to Lozier Court. So that was an adjustment that was the intent. That was what was presented to council originally.
From Ayers Court to.
Eastbound 185 feet to the turnaround, not all the way to Lozier Court, which is about quarter mile.
Say 185.
Thank you, Mr. Schwartz. Anyone else? If
Yeah,
not-
oh wait, one quick thing. Scott, last meeting I asked this also. When we have the handicap ordinance, the handicap parking ordinances, are we putting a sunset clause in there? So if like somebody moves or they don't need it anymore, otherwise we have to amend the whole code.
In this particular ordinance, there's not a sunshine clause, but I am aware that the police department does check on these places periodically, as we do. But we could likely insert something here.
Would
if
we,
council wanted to
would
do that.
would council be okay amending
Yeah,
to
I
include
think
the
it's
sunset
a
clause?
great idea.
I think the codes spot.
Yeah.
So we could put that on upon intro and see it for the adoption council.
Okay. And does it make sense then, because I know there's a bunch of these in the code right now, does it make sense, I guess, Scott, to review over the next month and see if we need to adjust any of them? Okay, thanks.
Anybody else? In
I'll
that
make the
case, I
motion.
move to approve both ordinances.
Second,
3 ordinances. Councilman Schwartz.
Yes, Paul.
Councilman Belcher.
Yes to all.
Councilman Goldberg.
yes.
Councilman Morgan.
Yes.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor G.
Yes.
Mayor Pagan.
Yes,
Introduced with those minimal changes, and we will see them next meeting.
I move to
Scott?
adjourn.
There may be a sunset in the code. There may be a sunset in the code.
Hey, Ellie, hold on a second before I make a motion to adjourn. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye. Thank you, everyone, for joining us tonight. Dean, we love you. Gonna miss you. Thank you for coming out, everyone. Get home safe.
You're still here. I didn't realize.
No, I don't. They're probably. Yeah. Right, guys.
I'm sure we'll see you. I'm not gonna, I'm not gonna.
Thank you, Ron. Huh? Thursday? Twice. Barbecue. Thank you, Miss Angel. Thank you, Mr. Yup. Thank you, Doug.
Enjoy the cake. I am